Hello, internets. We are live with a special one-shot that I called Gateway, just because of like a gateway into something, a hobby, an activity, a slippery slope. And in this case, it is TTRPGs. I'm joined by fellow streamer Professor Clare, who graciously said that she would do this after I popped in her chat and was like, "What do you mean you've never played TTRPGs? Let's change that." And she's like, okay, fine. So that's the result of that conversation is our game today. I'm super excited because, I'll let Clare introduce herself when I pass the baton over. But just from my point of view, Clare is a fellow narrative enthusiast, and TTRPGs are all about narrative and storytelling. And so I'm very, very honored and jazzed to play this game today and just see what kind of stories we come up with. So I am Insight Checked. You're watching my channel. This is kind of the jam here. We play TTRPGs. We play narrative video games. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. You'll notice hopefully the donate button should have changed to, the sub button should have changed to a donate button. So all proceeds and things today go towards St. Jude's, which is really exciting. So if you're so moved by our storytelling to make a donation, we really appreciate that. And with that, I'll just let everyone go around and introduce themselves as humans, and then we'll jump into our game. Claire, why don't you introduce yourself?
Oh, cool. I guess I'll break the ice then. Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm totally blanking on the speech that I give literally every single time that I open stream.
How is that possible?
I know, right? The day
I could
finally
probably get it.
came. I go to someone else's stream, and that's when I forget. As Insight said, I am a professor. I teach at St. Mary's College of California. I teach a class about video games as literature. It's called There's Always a Lighthouse, a case for literary merit in video games. I am also a streamer, and I mostly stream narrative based games. I have a lecture series that I like to do on particular games. We've done The Last of Us, What Remains of Edith Finch. We have Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice coming up, God of War down the line as well. In the spring, we'll be doing a massive one on the Mass Effect trilogy. So we're big in narrative games. We're also a really fun community, so definitely you should come check us out sometimes. Um, and let's see, I feel like there's something like super important that I'm missing. Oh, and I am also a writer, so as Insight said, I'm very much into narratives and world building. I've written my work has appeared a few times in various literary journals and magazines, although it's been a while since I've written anything of substance. So I'm really excited actually to be here doing this, and it's gotten my creative brain floating for the first time in what feels like a long while. So I'm very excited for this, and also very excited that we're doing this for St. Jude. They're very near and dear to my heart. If you know me at all, you know that I recently kicked cancer's ass about a year ago. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, that was fun. So obviously anything that we can do to support other people, especially children, being able to also kick cancer's ass, I am all very much in support of. So very happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you. Glad you're here too. And I'll pass it over to Interruptus. Introduce yourself as a human being.
Oh, as a human. Sure. I am the human Interruptus, and I guess I got involved with Twitch communities mainly through my obsession, or first through my obsession with Outer Wilds. Watched tons of Outer Wilds streams, ended up starting a Discord for people who are equally obsessed with Outer Wilds streams. That's how I met Insight Checked during that playthrough, which was fantastic. We followed that playthrough. Me and a bunch of my friends came and watched and talked behind her back in our spoiler chat, and yeah, in a loving and supportive way. And I started streaming some. I guess I'm a streamer. And that's how I met Claire. Claire showed up randomly when I was streaming Spiritfarer, and we became
Not
fast
just
friends.
showed up, raided. We raided.
Raided, yes, I should say that. Raided me, but randomly, I think. And I immediately went into my Outer Wilds evangelism mode and coerced Claire into playing Outer Wilds, and now she's one of us. She's joined the cult, and moderated both of those playthroughs for her, and that's how I met Erica. And I don't know, that's about it, I think.
Love it. Thank you. I'm on it, chat. Thanks for letting us know there's an echo. I'm currently Googling my way through that, so thank you. And Erica, can you introduce yourself as a human?
Sure. Hi, I'm Erica. Some of you may know me as Herb17 or Herb17, whatever your pleasure. I'm a baby at everything, including gaming, streaming. This is like the first time my face is going to an audience, and I'm trying not to panic about it. And I have been warmly welcomed into this community by everyone here, particularly Claire, who streams about all kinds of wonderful narrative video games, and I fell in love with her storytelling analysis and just all the games she played and the community that she fostered, and that is how I met Interruptus and Insight Checked and all of the wonderful, wonderful internet friends that I have made. So yes, I am very excited for this. I've only played an RPG like once or twice before, so really looking forward to playing. And apologies for anything that my dogs do.
that is like a blanket apology on this stream for sure. Thank you. It's lovely to have you all. Yeah, it turns out that I don't know how to like quick fix an audio echo in OBS for no reason at all when I haven't changed any settings and OBS decides to hate me. So if chat has insight on that, please throw it my way and I will tweak as we go. But I am putting on my GM hat, so yeah, if anyone wants to be tech support out there in the world, we truly appreciate you for it. And if the echo is like bad, let me know. Like if we're like in a cave and it sounds like we're calling for help in an echoey void of a cave, like that's no good. But if it's like a slight echo, maybe we can work with that.
We could each try muting to see if it's one of us, maybe.
It must be OBS, I think. But yeah, we can try that. And we can do it in the context of our game. So we'll also do introductions now, but instead of for ourselves as humans, for ourselves as characters. So I guess to Interruptus's point, when you're not talking, at least for this section, we'll mute and see if that helps, or at least we'll do some science in that regard. Oh, Naked Beer Ice says maybe it's your mic, Erica, if you're not wearing headphones. Picking up your speakers maybe, but I don't know.
If I'm staying muted, should that happen?
That should be good if you mute, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Muted as possible.
And this is all science. OBS, I love it, but it betrays me quite often. So we'll figure it out throughout the course of the stream. But yes, so we'll go into game mode. And we'll have you all introduce yourselves again, except this time as your characters. So let me set the scene first. As the kind of TV screen, if you will, goes black, it's nothing but darkness. And then you begin to see little pinpricks of light just shining through, almost like a film that's corroded, just kind of getting brighter and brighter and more speckled and speckled. And then they kind of take over the screen in points of light, looking now much more like stars. And in the middle of this is a spaceship. It's a little battered. It's small, kind of inconspicuous. Wherever there are not stars, it kind of blends in the dark inky color that it's been painted. On the side, it says "Infall" in kind of a like very, very meticulous, but definitely very homemade looking paint on the side. There's dings and scratches. The ship has seen some things. And as we kind of zoom in even further through the windshield into, I always do this, just spaceships with windshields. It seems so dangerous. Anyway, through the front of the ship into the interior, we see the crew kind of milling about. And it's that moment in the TV show where everyone has like their dramatic like close up as they pause on the screen to like let you know they're on the show and they're important. And so we do that on each of your characters. And so we'll start with the character Andromeda. Andromeda, can you describe what the viewers see as the camera kind of pauses on you and you're like, what does your character look like? Kind of what's their vibe in this opening scene?
Sure. So as we kind of zoom in, we see a silhouette that resembles a female figure. But it's very sleek looking. As we kind of get closer, we see she is rather pale, and kind of like a light, sickly periwinkle color skin. She doesn't look friendly. She's kind of, staring into space in like a skeptical, thoughtful, sort of aloof kind of way, sort of lost somewhere, in her own mind, perhaps thinking about something. She has a vivid, sort of shaggy, sort of chic hairstyle, and it's hard to kind of blend in with that. Also making her hard to blend in is that she's standing about 7 feet tall, so she is just barely scraping the top of the ceiling in here. And arms crossed, kind of giving off that guarded body language. She does have some sparkly topaz eyes that are dangerously alluring, but the rest of her vibe is giving off "don't talk to me."
Nice. The camera pans immediately to the right, and we see not a humanoid, but a robot standing nearby. Med Unit, can you describe your character, please, as the camera pans over to you?
Yeah, I think probably when the camera first pans to Med Unit, you would see a figure that resembles a human in its face, shoulders, roughly human. Definitely has a face that was intended to look like a human, but kind of misses the mark in a little bit of a disturbing way. But friendly looking, staring intently at Andromeda, slightly behind her, and just kind of observing her. And then I think as Med Unit may stand and turn and walk toward the back of the cockpit, and when that happens, you might notice a number of articulated arms sort of sticking out of the shoulders of Med Unit. Just small, some sort of fine, precise instruments attached to these articulated arms, and you might notice some chambers attached to its body and some tubes that have some fluids that sort of route around the body. Mostly human in the head and shoulders area, and some human-ish arms, but then the rest of the body is definitely some kind of robot that has some sort of equipment, tubes, chemicals, something going on there.
Awesome. There is a moment in the starting sequence where there's kind of like a abrupt jostling of the ship, and kind of folks look around like in confusion and like a bit of panic, and then there's like a steady hand on the wheel, and the hand is panned up, and we see the face of the character Priest. Priest, can you describe what the audience sees when your character is introduced?
Yeah. Priest is seated in the cockpit, kind of manning the wheel or handle or whatever you would have for the ship. She's got one foot up on the dash. She's seated rather relaxed. This is not her first rodeo in running a ship. She's also got her pistol up on the dash. She's been intermittently cleaning it when she has like a free moment, when she's able to put the ship into autopilot. She wears a long dark brown duster coat that's certainly seen better days. She has very thick boots, and so she's constantly getting dirt and footprints all over the cockpit just from the way that she chooses to sit and keep in a relaxed sort of stance. She's also wears like a chest plate, but currently she's removed it, and it's sort of next to her, propped up against the wall. Since it's not as easy to maneuver in it when she's trying to focus on flying the ship / clean her gun. She has very vibrant purple eyes that when they look at you are very piercing. So she's kind of looking up right now, looking out over the dash, out into space, pondering a little bit, but overall relatively relaxed, kind of just looking out into the beyond.
Awesome. As the crew of the Infall is introduced, the music swells and then fades, and we are kind of in our episode now as the three of you, who have been traveling together for about 6 months now and have gotten to know each other a bit since your initial meeting, have been united in a few of your goals over the past couple weeks, taking the odd job here and there, but mostly keeping an ear to the ground in your networks, looking for traces of Asmo. This is a drug that's out there in the world, on the streets of planets and out in the freight of ships, being moved around, being transported for the benefit of the Legion, as it were, a syndicate that kind of oversees crime and makes it so that it's possible across great distances, planets, jurisdictions. Some of you have had very close ties with the Legion, maybe closer than you'd like. To some of you, it's just a force in the world, and you'd rather not deal with it too much if possible, although your work does take you in close proximity to it from time to time. But it's this chase of Asmo, this kind of hunting of this drug, for various reasons for all of you, that has kind of kept you united, kept you moving forward. And to that end, you've reached out to your whole network to see if anyone can help you locate where the Legion is going to strike next. And you've been waiting for a bit for word, taking odd jobs here and there in the meantime. When the video kind of buzzes on, it does like this very shrill, kind of like that alarm sound that like pulls you up out of a dead sleep. Unmistakable throughout the whole ship. It's like a very shrill beeping. And like a video screen kind of hologram image pops up of one of your contacts. This is an individual that looks at you through like 3 layers of goggles. So there's like a tiny layer up front, and then glass behind, and then finally a larger like pair rested on the nose here. Kind of wiry hair sticking up all over the place, and a coat that has like the collar one half popped up, the other half is kind of like tucked into the shirt as though it was like intentionally like shoved in there for fashion. The individual kind of, through the hologram look, kind of leans forward really close to your face, Priest, so like the hologram is like right in front of you, and says, "By God, I have word for you."
Well, go on with it.
You can hear me? Is this on? Hello, Priest? Hello?
Yes, I can fucking hear you. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was muted. This darn thing. Well, anyway, you were looking for the Asmo in this sector, yes?
Yeah, what do you got for me?
So, Priest, you know this individual to be... Hang on, let me get the name here. Hardin?
Hardin?
Hardin, Hardin. And Hardin is an individual you met at an oasis town. Kind of very like ramshackle, not a lot of settlements out there. Hardin was an inventor, and definitely someone that likes to keep in the know despite being on an outpost moon, and has hired you to do a few jobs here and there. And Hardin's like, well, it's not going to be a fun trip, I don't think, unless you like sand. Do you like sand?
At this point, I don't really know anything other than sand.
Then you'll be right at home. Well, there's a lot of Asmo talk in Sun-Seared Sands, kind of near your sector, I think. If this thing's working, is this thing on? And he like taps a device that you can kind of see behind him. It's got like radar blips on it, and he's like, I think that's where you, unless that's me. Actually, I don't know. Anyway, Sun-Seared Sands, great lead, but you have to be there within the next 24 hours. Something's going down, and they're not staying long.
So Priest kind of reflects on this for a second, checks the logs to see how far they are away. Sunset, you said?
Sun-seared.
Sunset.
Like when you make a nice steak, you sear it.
Sun-seared. Huh.
Priest, he says very seriously all of a sudden, and like his eye gets really big in the hologram. Like he's leaning essentially like into the camera. So all you see is just all the lenses. And he's like, "Have you had steak in a while, by the way? We don't get much of it out here in the back moons."
I'm afraid we don't get much of it out here in the middle of space either, Hardin. Although I sure wish. Any idea? Can you send me those coordinates?
I thought I did. Oh, darn. This thing's definitely not on. Can you put on med unit?
Priest looks back, sees med unit doing their own thing, gives them a nod.
Hello, Hardin.
By Jove. Finally. Someone that can help me make sense of all of this. How do I do the thing? Send you the thing for the thing. The thing you need. The thing, you say?
You can do it the usual way.
No, by Jove. I've hit all 5 buttons at once and it doesn't work.
Can you describe for me what you're trying to achieve?
I want to tell you where to land at Sunseared Sands, all of the intel I've gathered.
Okay. Yes. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Med Unit, I would love for you to give me an intelligence roll to see if you can figure out how to distill all of your infinite technological wisdom to help this guy.
Okay. Is that a 1d6?
That is 2d6 as your base, and then you'll add your intelligence stat.
Okay.
First roll of the game, you guys.
Bear with me. Roll 2d6 plus 2. Bot? Did I do it wrong? I'm waiting.
Interesting. No, you did it right.
I think you just
Okay.
used-
Oh, maybe it's just R.
Wait, what?
Maybe it's just exclamation point R.
Uh,
Nope, use Google.
I'll use Google.
Google has never betrayed us. Although, Erica, you just used it, right? Successfully?
Yeah, try it. Just having a space after roll.
Oh, yeah, exclamation point. There you go.
Okay.
We're just as bad as Hardin.
I need my own tech support. Someone roll to see if they can help me figure out how to roll.
Oh my god, it just got really layered.
Okay, 10.
Nice. A 10 is a full success. So it takes a while because MedUnit, your kind of technical expertise kind of goes over Hardin's head. He's an inventor, but he's like a very imaginative soul, and the technical aspects seem to elude him or are created in a burst of inspiration that he can't replicate because he has no idea what he's done. And so you spend an extra like 15 minutes just drifting in space, kind of nearing a point where you need to make a decision on which interstellar gate to go in. People are honking at you, Priest, in like space parlance. So there's just kind of like a whole holdup of ships and shuttles trying to like get past you because people know exactly where they need to go. And so you are causing a bit of attention here, but you do eventually get through to Hardin, who hits the correct button, and the coordinates are downloaded to the infall. So you do have the information you need to make way to Sunseared Sands. Hardin is ecstatic at having worked and kind of leans back out of the frame, and you see like a holographic version of like just like things like lightly on fire. You know how like a toaster kind of starts like smoking if the bread is left in too long? There's definitely some situation happening at his place that he's completely unaware of, and he pops back into the frame and he's like, well, great. On your way then. I know I'm being paid in credits, but would you consider sending steaks if you find some then?
Any particular preference on the type of animal then, Hardin?
Oh, I do love those ones with the 3 heads.
All right, consider it done.
Excellent. Good luck. And he gets close again, and like there's like that flash of light across the goggles, and he's like, be careful. I've heard word that there's a few folks interested in your quarry.
Appreciate that. Priest out. Cuts the feed.
He looks like he wants to chat more, like just kind of like have a nice chat with you, and he opens his mouth to be like, ah, and then the feed just cuts. You see all around you from the either visual ports or the cameras that kind of portray the outside, the exterior of the ship. You are indeed now in the middle of this like place with 3 space gates, and there is just a pileup of different types of ships around you. Cargo ships, sleek kind of interstellar travel ships that carry important people. You see some marked with the symbol of the Federation, which is kind of the governing body in this sector. Everyone is just mad at you right now, and you just kind of hear like the groaning of metal as they, like people are giving you little love taps, trying to like move you along. What do you guys do?
Us collectively, Priest kind of leans up, looks back at the rest of the crew. All right, boys and girls, you ready?
Yes, I fear if we stay here any longer, I will damage some ships. And I would prefer not to deal with that aftermath.
I would tend to agree. At that point, Priest hits the thrusters to head for, you said there are 3 gates. Gate number 2?
Yeah, you're absolutely able to navigate towards the one that the coordinates point to. So do you move the ship forward towards Sunseared?
Yes, towards Sunseared.
All right. How would you describe Priest's piloting style? Like, are you relying on the ship's navigation? Are you kind of like relying on the way you'd like drive a motorcycle, like just kind of like feeling the road? Like, what's Priest all about?
Priest definitely opts for autopilot whenever she's able, but obviously for instance like this is taking full control of the ship. Also the added pressure of people being like, yo, let's go. So she's like, all right, I'll take control of it. But
all right.
Yeah.
All right, give me an agility roll. So 2d6 plus your agility stat.
Okay. So that's plus 2, 8.
An 8 is a partial success. So as you move the ship forward, you are feeling a little bit rushed, and you clip the side of it on the gate in a way that is very unlike you. Like, your piloting skills are unparalleled, but you're in a hurry, and you've lost a little bit of the left side of like one of the turning mechanisms on your ship. So if you need to make like high speed like agility moves in the next, however long till you can repair, you're going to take a -1 on those rolls because you clip it just a bit on the gate. Med unit, I would almost think there's like some space chatter, like how we have Twitch chat here, kind of letting us know what folks are thinking. Since it's quiet in space, maybe there's like a little feed of like people like communicating via ship. I don't know what you guys think of that idea, but however you can communicate out there, you kind of get in like binary, maybe just like kind of like a nice one from like someone that's watching you guys drive nearby.
Priest, your blood pressure seems elevated. Is that because of all of the angry people in these ships behind us?
No, Meds. I would say that it's because I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Can we just proceed, please? Especially before Andromeda blows a fuse.
Certainly. Can I help in any way? Priest, your airways seem to be obscured with somewhat blocked by some sort of food.
That was unfair. That was unfair.
You got her good.
Not my French fries. Oh shit.
You okay?
I'm good. Sorry, what were we doing? I completely lost track of what we were doing. You're asking me if I need any help? Yeah, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No, I would say that I'm absolutely fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Because Priest has her pride is definitely a little bit dipped, having just damaged the ship, knowing that she's certainly not the greatest pilot in the verse, but one of them.
As the ship moves forward through the gate, you all feel that familiar rush of everything and nothing as your ship is blasted forward through space and time as you jump through what would normally take a long time to navigate kind of physically. These gates propel you forward towards your destination in a timely way. Despite the physical damage at the onset, Priest is able to kind of navigate through the gate to get to the other side. During this part of the journey, Andromeda, where do you think you hang out on the ship typically when there's like communications and piloting happening? What's Andromeda up to during like long stretches of travel?
Sure. When Andromeda is not hanging for dear life onto whatever she can grab, when we are thrusting through space and clipping interstellar gates, because she's relatively unfamiliar with being in such an enclosed space in this type of ship. She's still getting used to this. However, long periods, she finds herself most often by any window that she can see out of, kind of looking out with curiosity, but also with a little bit of tension, a little bit of kind of looking over her shoulder, scanning the horizon, sort of giving an extra moment's pause to any passing ships or beings or planets that we're kind of coming across. And she's often taking a small step away from Med Unit, who keeps following her around the ship, despite her trying to get a moment's peace.
And similar question for you, Med Unit. Med Unit, what are your favorite places to try to watch or interact with Andromeda as she's trying to get away from you on the ship?
Well, Med Unit is trying to not be obvious, failing generally, but Med Unit would just place itself on the other side of whatever space Andromeda is in. I think if Andromeda were staring out the window, and the camera were showing that, you might see a reflection of Med Unit on the other side of the room just staring.
Both of you give me a willpower check, just to see kind of like how well you either like sneak around and succeed at this, Med Unit, or how well you're able to detect Med Unit.
Ooh, 10.
6.
A 6
Wait,
for
what?
Andromeda?
I think. Oh wait. I think.
Sorry, I had an 11. I
Oh,
read
nice.
The wrong thing?
No, you're good. Yeah, an 11 and a 6. Okay, so Med Unit, you are actually very good at this. And so for the comedic purpose of seeing you in the reflection, absolutely. But Andromeda, you're so lost in thought, remembering a lot of things that you'd rather forget, that you don't tend to notice Med Unit unless you're like they are being very overt about their kind of fascination with you. But for the most part, Med Unit, you can kind of skulk around and observe this subject with surreptition. Your 6 Andromeda means that you can mark a point of experience on your character sheet. You have failed at something, noticing Med Unit. And so when you get to 10 experience points, you can take a level up feature. So let me know when you get to 10.
Okay.
And since it's a one shot, let's make it 8, just in case that's a very heavy lift. I don't know. We'll see how often you guys fail. But Andromeda, as you're kind of lost in thought during this moment where the infall is kind of hurtling through, and I imagine it's just like streaks of light that kind of are visible through the ports. Your personal messaging device, whatever that looks like, maybe it also is like a little hologram, beeps that you have something incoming. And it's not a video in the same way that it was with Hardin, but it is a message. And it reads, "Have you considered my offer?" And it's signed VR Industries.
Interesting. Andromeda reads this message and pauses. And then she reads it again. And she takes a moment to think. And she's not one to usually become incomposed. She usually keeps her composure. But she does wince a little reading this message. And she immediately shuts it off after reading it that second time. And she again looks out the window, and you can see her eyes kind of flickering back and forth, like looking for information, looking, back into the past of whatever seems to be bothering her, kind of weighing her options. She does not tell the crew about this message, and she comes to the conclusion that she will ignore it, though she keeps even more of a close eye on the surrounding environment that they are traveling through, as she suspects something else might be following that message.
And as you consider this, there's a familiar shudder as the ship goes back into atmosphere. So you've gone through the gate successfully, and you've neared the nearby planet of sun-seared sands. It is true to its name. There is a nearby sun kind of beaming down upon this planet with an intensity that makes the ship's ports kind of change color to kind of compensate for how much light is entering the ship. But there's a brief moment of flash where everyone kind of has to go like this as you break atmosphere into this very bright, sunlit space. The ship touches down in a nearby port, and as the three of you exit, there's just kind of that like wisp of dust and sand that's like caught up in a very intense wind that swirls all around you in a dramatic fashion. Priest, your duster coat kind of blows up in the wind. It's a very like Wild West type environment here. There's a lot of bustle. Folks are all around you. You realize now that Hardin didn't really give you like a person to talk to necessarily. He's helpful, but like not that helpful. However, you have it on good authority. He's never let you down before. This planet must be the place that the Legion is heading to do a pickup of Asmo, the drug that, for various reasons, interests your crew. You're here. Things are bustling. People are kind of paying attention to you a bit, but you haven't done anything too overt, so you're blended in for the most part. What do you all do as you make planetside?
Priest kind of takes it in for a second, looking around. She's kind of come to this realization that, like, yes, she trusts Hardin, but doesn't really have a firm starting point. Falls back on what she knows has worked about 87% of the time is find the local watering hole, sit tight, eavesdrop, find kind of lean in on the local underground and go from there. She looks over towards Andromeda and Med Unit and says, fancy a drink?
I could think of nothing better. And, I'm thinking in all of my travels across this galaxy, these many, many galaxies, I have never had a reason to come here. And, I can see why. Drinking sounds fabulous.
My thoughts exactly, except Priest has been here before. Not super regular, but she's familiar enough with the place and a little bit of the custom and has an idea of what to expect. So she says, perfect. Let's look as inconspicuous as possible. And Meds, try not to bring anything up about my bio readings at this point. I know. And off they walk.
I'd like everyone to give me a willpower roll to see how cool your swagger is as you walk in a trio line, like through off the ship and like through the town.
Uh, 6.
Go ahead and mark experience on your sheet.
10.
What did you get, med unit?
What, you're muted. Interruptus.
Thank you. I had an 8.
8. Okay. So an 8 is a partial, a 10 is a success, and a 6 is a failure. If you could all describe kind of what your walkout looks like for me as the three of you move in as the crew of the Infall. What does this look like?
I'm thinking,
Please don't trip, priest.
I'm imagining the movie Miss Congeniality when she goes.
No.
And she's like, I'm in a dress. I haven't slept in 12 days. I'm tired and I'm armed. Don't mess with me. So she's in that point where she's like, I'm really tired. I'm really thirsty. We've been traveling for God knows how long. People have been yelling at me in traffic, in space traffic. Don't mess with me. And then immediately trips on a 7-legged dog that is running past her, riding right through her path.
The dog yelps and like gives you the dirty look, like how dare you, and like scampers off into the crowd. And as you from the ground kind of look up, you see your ship where you clipped it on the left, and it's just like it's like hissing and like steam is coming out of it, and it's like blinking like that red light of like warning sign, and it's just like right there, just flashing red down on you.
I've played enough Outer Wilds. I know exactly what that sounds like.
Yep.
Doing.
How about your partial success, med unit?
Yeah. So what I'm picturing in my mind is that Andromeda probably came out very gracefully, and Med Unit was sort of marching behind with the sort of the gait of one of those Boston Dynamics robots, just all sorts of noises coming out of its joints, not at all subtle.
Amazing. Yeah, you also gain a few stares, weirdly also from the 7-legged dog that runs past and looks at you as well, like, the hell? And keeps going into the crowd. And how about you, Andromeda? What does a perfect 10 walkout look like?
Perfect 10 walkout is like a model on a runway, but also gliding almost. And she sees Priest, who's in front of her trip, and as she's gliding by, she stops and she just kind of looks down and she asks, "I'm assuming if I went to help you or touched you, you would think of killing me, correct?"
Please don't touch me.
Thought so. And then I continue gliding into the direction of the bar that we desperately all need.
Awesome. I love it. As the group makes their way through kind of the most bustling area, I would say, of Sunseared, this is kind of a port area, lots of activity, but you can see kind of just on the horizon outside this cluster of commerce and space travel and civilization, if you will. There's a lot of sand, just like a lot of sand and horizon. And so you're pretty confident that this is going to be the best place to either find your mark or at least get intel on them. You walk into the local watering hole. It's called the Old Sage, and one of the letters is kind of dangling off, so it looks like the Old Sag, and that is where you find shade. And it feels great. You hadn't realized how hot the sun was on your skin until you step inside a dark space and immediately feel a sense of coolness rush over you. Med unit, actually, if you could roll me a strength check, please, as you are overheating a bit.
You're muted.
Dang it. 6.
Is it a 6 or 5? You didn't add anything.
Forgot to add one, yeah.
I see. Doesn't help you anyway. 6 is still a fail. So go ahead and mark experience for that. Med unit, as you enter this cool space, your temperature gauge does go down back into a safe level, but you are feeling a little impaired from that overheating. Pick a stat and take a -1 for the next 20 minutes as your temperature regulates. Which stat do you think was impacted by that?
I think probably my willpower.
Okay. Take a -1 on any willpower rolls for this interaction, or this scene, rather.
Okay.
As you walk into the old SAG, you're not greeted by anyone. No one cares that you're here. There's people at the bar just kind of stooped over these, almost looks like hollowed out coconut cups, kind of like a hairy brown situation, very large and wide brim. Kind of an unknown liquid in there. Someone's cup actually has something that looks a little chunky and suspect. But there's a lot of folks just kind of milling about at the bar, some in dark corners having conversations, and you're left to your business. What do you do?
Want me to start? Okay. Priest kind of limps up to the barman. She's fine, but her knee is a little bit sore. It was I think sandy cement. Walks up to the bar, or to the barman, and orders 3 of the non-chunky beverages, knowing full well that med unit can't really drink it, but the least suspicion they draw, the better.
The barkeep is kind of a stocky individual. They have a apron with a lot of different pockets in there, and you can tell that there's a pocket for many different types of currency. Some is like a virtual thing to scan to take different credits from different sectors. Some pockets seem very heavy with odd-shaped coins. And do you think you pay in a physical currency or kind of a virtual one where you guys are traveling?
If this feels like it's a physical currency kind of place.
So you kind of hand over the right amount of coins. Go ahead and mark off 1 supply for the use of this pit stop here. And the barkeep, kind of like a square-jawed individual, a little bit of a wispy mustache, like a very severe, forehead eyebrow ridge. So kind of looks at you almost scowling, but you can't tell if there's actual animosity or if that's just kind of the look. But with a gruff answer, just says, "Are you sure the chunky ones are really good?"
Appreciate the offer. I think I'll pass though.
Missing out. Fine. Slides you 3 of the hairy cup drinks that look a lot more strained than the other ones. And you have attracted a bit of attention for rejecting the chunky drink from some of the locals, but they'll let it go. And what do y'all do?
Take the drinks back over to an empty table, kind of on the far end of the room, where Andromeda is already posted up, along with med unit.
I take a look at the drinks before me, and my eyes scan back up to the bar. And when the bartender turns his back, I consider lifting a bottle from the shelf.
Mm.
Ooh, we're getting dicey.
Should I roll for that?
Do you actually attempt to do it?
Yes.
Okay, describe how you do that.
I gaze up at the top left corner of the bar. It's kind of one of those bars that's just stacked full of bottles, even though they all have dust on them. They've never been used. And I'm eyeing this one sort of clear liquid that I can tell is expensive and it's never been used. And I focus pretty hard on that. I try not to make a face as I do it because I'm a little bit rusty, but I'm really trying to focus and try to lift it so that it inconspicuously sends down the bar and just over. So not like a straight shot right at our table where it draws a lot of attention.
Okay. But you're like physically grabbing it?
I was gonna use my telekinesis.
Oh, okay. I was like, how do you do that with your arms? But you're not using your arms, so that makes so much more sense to me. Excellent.
I was like, oh no, I don't know if we should say it yet.
No, absolutely. That's great. So in that case, give a willpower roll. As you hone in with your powers, your telekinetic powers.
And can I just say, while that's happening, Med Unit is looking at his drink, and I think probably maybe simultaneously, one of the articulated arms comes up over his shoulder, and there's a sort of tube attached, sort of like what a dentist would use, put in your mouth to suck the saliva out of it. And I think probably just as Andromeda's trying to do that, there's a loud suction sound, and Med Unit drops the thing into his drink, and the drink just all goes up through some tubes and into a chamber on the side.
Amazing.
Priest is staring and becomes like really uncomfortable and anxious, almost that this is drawing attention.
I rolled an 8, and whatever the outcome, I definitely roll my eyes at Med Units.
So an 8 is a partial success. So it is in fact a success. You're able to get the bottle over to your table. However, you were trying to do this without attracting attention. And while you didn't attract attention to the barkeep or anyone that can get you in trouble, you definitely attract attention from the person sitting immediately to the table to your right, as the bottle kind of floats over their head a bit and clunks them, like clocks them on the top. And they do like and like watch it walk, kind of airwalk over to you. And then they're just giving you like the stare of like, I see you.
I mean, as I grab the bottle, I make very intense eye contact, and I remove the bottle's top, and I just swig because it's been one of those kinds of days.
The person that you clunked in the head doesn't stop staring, and does one of those like, we'll get to this later kind of a look.
Priest kind of turns over, also makes eye contact with this person, kind of brushes her coat up a little bit to reveal that she's armed.
Give me you can go either willpower or strength, depending on if you're going to like intimidate or if you physically want to like get into a like I'm tough and buff, or if you're just like, I don't mess with me kind of an attitude.
Let's kind of go with a don't mess with me.
Give me a willpower roll.
Willpower roll. Taking a risk here. I don't have a whole lot there. 6.
Oh man. Go ahead and mark an experience point. So you fail in intimidating this person. As you move your duster aside to show the weapon, this individual, they have kind of like, I don't know, I guess like liver spots, I guess is what I'm going for, but they're like not entirely human, so it's not like a human type thing. It's more like amphibious. They look a little amphibious. They kind of have like an orange tone to them, and the eyes are gold and they close this way rather than this way. And they also have like orange hair that's kind of slicked backwards. And as you show off your weapon, they move their coat, which is like a raincoat, and it kind of like squeaks as they move it. And they also have a weapon on their holster. And it's like 3 times the size of yours, like comically long, with like a long nozzle. It almost looks like a squirt gun. And that's kind of buckled on their belt. And they just give you a look and they go,
I sigh kind of in defeat and look over at Med Unit and kind of give them a nod.
Med Unit probably didn't notice, because the moment that bottle started moving across the room, his head whipped around to stare at Andromeda, and has been just very, very interested in that floating bottle and Andromeda and looking back and forth between them the whole
Yeah.
time.
Give an intelligence check, med unit, to see if you can get any new readings from Andromeda as she's using her powers in front of you. Something that's really interested you this whole time that you've met her.
8.
With an 8, that's a partial. So you are able to glean some new information about Andromeda. Let's actually track this. Go ahead and mark like 1 Andromeda point.
Okay.
You're able to gain some insight into kind of what makes her powers interesting, and kind of, for your purposes, how you can study them in the future. We'll try to get to 5 as like a milestone for you.
Okay.
Andromeda, for your part, as you take a swig of this liquor, it is acrid. It is sharp tasting, almost like a little metallic aftertaste. And as you take the bottle down, you just see med unit staring at you.
I stare back at med unit and I raise my eyebrows. And if I have eyebrows, I raise my eyes. Eyebrows my hair. And I ask, something you'd like to share?
Subject Andromeda. That what was that just happened?
Well, before Andromeda speaks to say something sarcastic, she does realize that Mid Unit is genuinely asking this question. She has learned over the course of these few months together that fighting with sarcasm is not really beneficial, and she has learned to tolerate Med Unit's pressing. So she rethinks her answer and says, well, I am able to move things with my mind sometimes if I can concentrate in the right way. And clearly I have upset our neighbor friend.
Fascinating. That's all.
Yeah, this is all pretty fascinating and stuff, but there's a big, green, ugly, scaly eye guy staring at us, so maybe we should, stop drawing attention to ourselves?
Are you talking to me or the machine?
Talking to both of you. Also, not so loud, Med Unit.
I'm sorry.
As you're having this conversation, the aforementioned scaly-eyed guy gets up and kind of does that like Wild West saunter casually over to your table and sits into the empty seat. Leans on their hand. Not from around here, are you?
What gave us away?
Didn't get the chunks.
That's sarcasm.
Oh. No, literally, that's what gave you away. Didn't get the chunky drink.
Why would we ever pay for that?
Nutritious. Anyway, I see you got powers.
I'm glad you can see.
Hmm.
Congratulations.
Some of us aren't so lucky. It's very bright outside. Depends on how much time you spend out there.
We considered moving?
Ain't nowhere else to go.
I feel like Priest, like, I feel like this is not what she would want right now. I feel like Andromeda's like just had a day. She's has this liquid courage from this bottle, and she's really testing the limits of this guy. She just doesn't even care what would happen.
So, Priest kind of like gently knees Andromeda under the table to indicate shut up for a second, and looks at Scaly Eye and, what do you want?
Well, want a couple things. First thing is, I'd like something worth my time to not turn you in for being the powerful person you are. Pretty rare in these parts, having powers like that. There's a reward out for people like you.
Is there now? You don't say.
I mean, if there's not already, I could suggest it at the town hall.
Are you? Oh, go ahead, Claire.
No. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. Priest kind of gently leans into the scaly man and says, I understand that this may be very interesting to you, sir, but no thanks. And I think that for all of our sakes, that should be the end of this conversation. Unless, of course, you want to have a much less dignified conversation outside.
I would say that is a strength roll, because you're kind of like insinuating it's gonna come to a fight.
Okay. Can I roll something good for once in my life, please, before I throw these dice across the fucking room?
I feel like I'm the girlfriend that's like just like talking like shit to some thing with my boyfriend, and like the boyfriend's gonna have to handle it.
So we rolled an 11.
Nice. An 11
Thank
is
God.
a success. So you, with the threat of violence, you do intimidate this individual who felt pretty confident that they had a bigger gun than you, but now that they're up close and they see how tight you all are and how you come to one another's defense, didn't really anticipate that there would be kind of a unified front here. It seems like this person is used to people kind of picking on one another and turning on one another in this environment. And the fact that you came to one another's defense in such a unified way, and they also don't want to get physically beat up because you're pretty tough when they got closer, Priest. They get a little nervous and say, I didn't mean anything by it. I didn't mean anything by that. Don't mind me. Listen, I just want to let you know, since you got them powers, I don't know if you know this thing going around, Asmo. That drug. Some people say it makes you feel real good, but I've heard if you're special like you there, little lady, maybe not so little, he says, taking in how much of you is like sitting underneath the table with your height, says, instead of making you feel real good, it takes away your them powers, makes you like everybody else. Just be careful.
Guess I'll have to be.
Priest nods, looks over at Med Unit, remembers that Med Unit's probably not paying as much attention, and instead highly focused on Andromeda. And then looks back at the Scaly Man, asks, where have you heard this? Never heard anything about this kind of thing before.
Oh, you know, I make it my business to say hello to everyone new to this here planet, and a lot of people coming here lately seem to be a little, drops his voice, Legion affiliated, if you get my drift, and, well, they telling some stories.
Anyone in here right now?
He takes a look around. Give me an intelligence roll, because he's not going to answer you truthfully. You know this already, but you can watch him watch the people.
The moment he had said Asmo, Med Unit looked away from Andromeda and straight at him.
We have a 7. Sorry, I was doing math.
Okay. 7 is a partial success, so you are able to see that this individual's eyes rest for just a brief moment on someone who is wearing kind of a duster like yours, except it's like bright pink, and it has like little moons and stars sewn into the right shoulder. And they're hunched over their drink, and all you can see is their back, and they have really big, chunky black boots that you can see kind of swinging underneath the chair, and they're facing the opposite way from you. Looks over at them briefly, a little too long, looks back at you and says, nope, can't see anybody.
Priest kind of nods, looks over at the stranger, and charming smile, says, well, darn shame. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, thank you for threatening me, and welcome to Sunseared. And then immediately gets up and takes his leave, pushing through some people like a little bit too quickly, like trying to still do the swagger, but not as confident as before. And by the time he gets to the door, just all out run, like right out the door, and then turns right, banks around the corner. Excuse me. Exits.
Priest looks over at the others. Did you guys see that?
Oh, you're muted.
I need to choose a mute button. I have too many. Yeah. Med Unit says, I did see it. He's looking toward the door where the person left. Didn't see the way what the man was looking at.
I saw. Very interesting. What are your thoughts, Priest?
I think we need to follow old Pinky over there, see what they're up to.
I agree. Let's do it. But she turns to Med Unit and says, subtly.
Always.
Is it the will of the party to follow this individual then?
Aye.
All right. So I guess while you're waiting, do you partake in any more drinks?
Priest wants to be mostly sober for this, so she opts not to indulge further.
It does take quite a bit to get Andromeda drunk, so despite her valiant efforts and the reality of how this drink tastes, she just calls it a loss for the day.
And Med Unit?
No, I think Med Unit has suctioned up all the drinking.
During this time, you get another bling on your personal device, Andromeda, and it is signed again from the virtual reality industries. And it says, "I'm waiting for your reply."
Andromeda looks at this message, and throws her head back and just gives a sigh. Looks at it again, types a response that says, "You'll be waiting a while." Sends it. She does look up to see Priest watching her carefully.
Priest kind of makes eye contact for a second, but as she had told Andromeda when she first boarded the ship, your business is your business, as long as it don't get the rest of us killed.
Has Med Unit intercepted these transmissions at all?
That's up to you. Do you try to intercept Andromeda's transmissions regularly, as like a regular practice?
I don't think. Well, no, I don't think that's Med Unit's primary interest.
Damn it, Med Unit.
My phone.
Reading your text.
Okay. You could attempt to do something like that, like institute a protocol like that for the ship, if that's of interest to Med Unit.
Yeah, I think it's something Med Unit could do, but he hasn't been asked to do it, so and it doesn't serve his purposes right now, so he wouldn't have done it.
Speaking of serving purposes, the individual that was kind of sort of identified as Legion affiliated, the crime syndicate in this area that's been moving a lot of asthma around and is of particular interest to you all as a lead into where to get this drug from, stands up and does not notice you at all, seemingly, makes their way towards the front of the establishment, and then you see them abruptly like turn left and make their way to a side door that you hadn't noticed on the way in. But just like very casually, like to the point where they tried to make it seem like they were going out and then they just banked into like kind of like a little side room. Still haven't seen their face. You only got a partial on your identification of them, so you haven't really been able to tell anything about them other than their very stylish pink coat. What do y'all do?
Priest decides to follow them, looks at the others and says, "Watch the exits," and then kind of goes after this to follow this stranger as discreetly as she can.
Med unit turns and stares at the exit.
Ever the diligent. Ever so loyal. Ever so taking things perfectly literally.
Amazing. Andromeda watches as Priest disappears into the dark side door, and she, for a second, just a millisecond, feels concern for this person, for Priest, for her well-being, and is very curious about what she will find. As a scan of all the exits of all the patrons who are mostly drunk on this chunky beverage, and gives a sigh as she feels Med Unit just like a little bit closer.
I'm just kind of visualizing like coming in from the corner, just like
Like when Wally is like slowly just trying to sit next to Eve.
Yeah, exactly. Just slowly getting a little closer to you.
Amazing. So for those kind of following this individual, give me a agility roll as you're trying to like be a little sneaky, be a little stealthy here. And where is everyone else positioned?
Watching exits. I'll let you guys answer this more specifically.
I haven't moved anywhere. I'm sitting at the table staring at the exit. I'm cataloging everyone who comes in and goes.
Okay. Roll an
very-
intelligence check, Med Unit.
And I think I'm also sitting still with Med Unit. I think in case this bar has to be an area for loud, nefarious activity.
Awesome. What are you looking for in particular? Or just kind of like scouting as well?
Kind of scouting and just my eyes kind of follow where Priest went, and expecting Priest to either swagger back in with some intel or tumble in and us have to be at the ready.
All right.
I got a
Med Unit.
nine.
You got a
I
9?
rolled a 9 too.
Okay. You don't need a roll, Andromeda, but noted what your intentions are. For Med Unit, you have a 9 on your intelligence roll, kind of keeping an eye on literally everyone moving in and out of this place. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a partial success. So I was originally just going to give you kind of like a full roster, but I'll give you 1 for a partial.
Okay.
So your scanners are still a little fried from the earlier sun and heat, but you are able to identify kind of one person of interest. What lead or kind of category of folk would be most interesting to your current quest? What kind of a lead are you hoping for?
Well, I'm primarily just trying to do what Priest asked, watching the exits, observing. And I think for my own purposes, certainly anyone who appears unusual, different in any way than things I haven't observed before, would be very interesting to me. So I think if I were to fail to observe some people and succeed at observing others, it would probably be anyone who's unique to me.
Okay. The individual you see walking in that's quite unique to you is someone wearing a symbol you've seen on the ships before, but not on a person. It's a smaller, older woman wearing the emblem of an eagle of the Federation, which is the kind of political, we're in charge kind of a faction in this area. She is wearing like kind of like a smart spacesuit with the eagle emblazoned on the collar, and she has kind of curly hair, freckles on her nose, and you've never seen kind of an official like that on a back moon planet like this before, and it's very interesting to you, and you're confused why she's here.
Okay. Biologically, is there anything especially different about her?
That's interesting. Yes, I would say your scanners are able to pick up that she seems to be aging rather slowly for a human.
Okay. That is interesting.
As this scene is happening in the exterior of the bar, Priest, as you walk into the interior space that this individual in the pink coat has gone down this hallway, it's dark and it's quiet. And you thought that you would immediately see this individual kind of turning the corner, but you see an empty, dark hallway leading into a room that opens up in front of you. What do you do?
Priest pulls up her hood, walks towards the opening, kind of pushes back the side of her coat to keep a hand on her gun as she slowly moves closer, comes up on the entrance and peeks in both sides.
Okay. Give me a intelligence check as you look around.
8.
Partial success. You're able to see that there are 3 other people in this room, kind of pressed up against the wall, like where you're looking around the corner. There are 3 other individuals, but you're not able to tell any other details about them. What do you do?
Priest knows she's outnumbered. Also knows she's the faster shot. You said 3 people on each side?
3 individuals total. So 1 to
3
the right,
total.
2 to the left.
Okay, got it. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna let's go balls to the wall. She knows she knows she's a good shot. Kind of just leans in, fires once on the right, twice on the left.
You just come in shooting people you don't even know who they
We're
are.
just going in guns a-blazing.
Love
I'm an
it.
outlaw.
Awesome. So in this moment, Priest, I'll give you kind of the first shot off to see what happens as a result of that, with intention to fire again if you're able to. So you kind of move into the room. Your duster coat like flaps up with the movement. You have kind of like that Matrix look as you're like flying sideways. Give me a agility roll for this shot.
Seven.
Okay. So a 7, I'm just pulling up the fighting and damage thing here. So a 7 is a success. So how much damage does your weapon do?
What did we have that under again? Like in terms of
So
like
you
how we
have
scored that?
you have a laser pistol.
Yeah.
That should likely be, let's see here, probably a 2 damage weapon, I would say. So that's what we'll classify it as. So this individual takes 2 damage. In the darkness of this room, you hear the sizzle of the laser as it hits into this unknown individual that was kind of pressed up against the wall, and you hear a grunt of pain. In that moment, one of the other individuals to your left dashes forward and draws down a curtain that had been covering up a hole in the kind of ceiling above you, revealing a bright shaft of sunlight. This dark room is suddenly illuminated with the bright sun from the outside. A searing beam of light, kind of like a pillar of it, illuminates the whole space. And again, there's like that flash moment as you have to shield your eyes. Standing immediately underneath this bright light is the person in the pink coat. She has kind of a mole on one of her cheeks. She has like kind of frizzy hair, kind of like reddish in color. And the pink coat you can see is over an entirely teal bodysuit with really tall black chunky boots. And strapped over the front of her is a large bazooka, like a 2-handed giant weapon. And she looks at you and she says, "Knew you were coming!" At that moment, out in the front area med unit, your personal message device in binary blinks, and it's a message from oh gosh, from Hardin. And in binary code, it says, "Sorry, buddy. They had leverage on me. Hope the trap's going okay."
Okay.
Oh shit.
And that's where we're going to take a break.
Ooh, all right.
Ah.
I will be back after a bio break because we've been at it for a bit and want to give our players time to stretch.
Yeah, I need a P2 actually. That's fine.
Nice.
Thanks for playing, y'all. We'll be right back. If you haven't donated yet to St. Jude's, give it a go. It's always a good feeling to give to charity, and we're playing today for St. Jude's and also playing to experience storytelling together with our folks here, First TTRPG. So again, I'm honored to take you through this first journey in space. And yeah, we'll be back after a short bio break, so see you soon. Hello, Internet. We are back with more Offworlders. First time gateway into TTRPGs, here with the crew from Professor Clare's kind of found internet family here from via Outer Wilds and narrative gaming and now TTRPGs. I love to collaborate, so thank you for being here, everyone. We are in the middle of a trap, and so we'll get right back to it as Priest is being faced down by a pink duster wearing bazooka clad individual. And out in the front of the bar, you just received a binary code message, med unit, that says, I hope the trap is going well. What do you all do? Priest, let's start with you.
Oh, crap, we're starting with me. Priest looks up at the mysterious pink lady and just kind of grins and says, all this for me?
Well, I mean, and also the friend that we were paid to come collect. But yeah, you too, you're kind of in the way. So, bye-bye! And she cocks the bazooka and points it at you.
Priest kind of anticipates that was probably going to happen and just kind of like yeets herself out of the trajectory of the bullet, of the bazooka bullet? Bazooka.
Yeah, give me a agility roll, please.
This is gonna, or I'm about to get blown up by a bazooka, so let's see. Seven.
7 is a partial success, so you are able to dodge out of the blast. It is indeed a blast that leaves a crater in the floor. It was a laser, but it was with such heft that it kind of singes the floor and still like smoke is rising from where it hit, where you were once standing. You jump to the left, or probably you would go to the right because you know that space is empty now because that person was revealed from the shadows over there. And so you're kind of like in that space. However, your foot slips, and so you're not able to kind of like mount and plant and like have that dexterity to like do something else. You kind of have to do like a footfall and like a recovery with the quickness of your action. In that moment, you see from the shadows emerging 2 other individuals. They have the look of them to be part of the Legion as well. A little tough, a little sassy, heavily armed, and looking at you with a sneer as these 2 folks emerge into the bright shaft of sunlight coming from the hole in the ceiling above. One of them points their weapon at you in the interim as you're looking to recover your footing and fires at you. Give me another agility roll, please, as you're kind of off kilter from your first semi-success.
Okay. 10.
A 10 is a success. The laser blasts into the wall behind you, leaving a smoking hole. As you're dodging, the room is lit up both with the smell and singe of laser fire and the bright sunlight that's flooding this area. We'll cut back to the front of the bar with Med Unit and Andromeda. As Med Unit, you have received this binary text, which Andromeda you can't even read even if you wanted to. It's just a bunch of zeros and ones coming in with a nefarious message. What do you both do?
Med Unit would stand up and walk across the bar toward wherever that it saw Priest disappear into. Get as close to that point as possible without taking its eyes off the door.
Mm-hmm.
And call back, Priest, I have some information. May I look away from the door and come back?
This happens at the moment you dodge the laser blast from the other individual priest. So that hits the wall behind you. You're moving. You're kind of like under attack from all fronts, and you hear this coming out of Med Unit from around the corner. What do you say?
Yeah, permission granted.
Great. Med Unit turns and walks back. Now that Med Unit's back there, can you describe what I see?
Do you walk back down the hallway towards Priest's voice?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have not told Andromeda anything, correct?
No. Yeah, no.
Awesome. So, Med Unit, you see an individual in a teal bodysuit, like head to toe, bright teal, with a pink coat, big black boots, holding a giant laser blasting bazooka. kind of laughing and aiming at Priest as Priest is moving along the wall, yelling, "Stand still, making it hard!" And you see two individuals to the left, also kind of Legion types, aiming their lasers at Priest. One of them is kind of dodging along the side, kind of like moving like kind of like low into the ground, and the other one is just kind of wildly firing.
Okay. I'll step to into the door to wherever I can see where I need to be to see Priest, and I'll say, Priest, I received a message from Hardin. They would like to know how the trap is going.
Priest kind of sucks in her breath, bites down on her lip, says, "I swear to God, the only fucking steak that he's getting is his own fucking ass cheeks."
All right. A med unit starts composing a message back to Hardin. Saying that.
Amazing.
And sorry, and med unit says, also a woman came in the door who appears to be aging rather slowly.
As you say this, the person from the Legion to your closest proximity looks at you and says, "The hell are you?" and fires at you, med unit, just point blank with no questions asked. Go ahead and give me an agility roll to try to move out of the way, if you choose, in the middle of texting.
Yeah, I think med unit would have some sort of like avoidance kind of
protocol
algorithms, built into it. Roll 2d6 plus 8.
Nice, partial success. So you are able to dodge out of the way of this weapon. However, you move closer to the individual firing at you. So you are no longer kind of in a range of combat, but you are indefinitely within their melee. As you approach and just like moving out of the laser blast trajectory, just kind of like shifting kind of awkwardly close to them. They're like, "The hell, no, stay away!"
And med unit will say, "Sir, please calm down," and we'll grab them by the arms and just sort of try to hold them still to make them calm.
Okay, so you have, are you sticking with your texting, the message, or are you shifting over to this activity?
Oh, I think I don't need to do anything physically to text. It's just happening.
Okay, so as you're processing that, and you're looking to kind of hold this individual, give me a strength roll to see if you can keep them from bludgeoning you, which it looks like they dearly wish to do.
9.
With a 9, that is a partial success, so you are able to stop them from breaking free. You're oddly strong with these two arms that you're using. However, one of your other arms sputters out with the effort that goes into holding this individual. You're kind of, I would actually say you probably lose 2 or 3 of them. So you're down a little bit of functionality on strength because you're kind of siphoning all of your power into these 2 arms to keep them steady.
Okay, so I lose 2 or 3 of my articulated arms.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're kind of like rerouting power from them into the ones that are holding onto them.
Sure, totally fair.
As this is happening outside in the front area, Andromeda, Medunit just walked away. What do you do?
So we're sitting there, and we hear some kind of commotion, and Medunit just up and just skedaddles back in the direction that Priest went. And I'm just like, oh no. And as Medunit is exiting, I hear it relaying some kind of message. I can't tell what. I can only assume it's to Priest. So I get up, and also if it's confusing if I say I or Andromeda, I can stop doing that. But so I get up and I look at everyone in the bar. Everyone's kind of like, you know, what the heck was that? But mostly keeping to themselves. And as I'm trying to be inconspicuous as I follow in the direction of everyone else, and I see what's happening. I come upon the scene while Priest is dodging fire and Med Unit is trying to suppress fire in its own way. And I just give an oh shit. And I think I see one of the aggressors. It could be one of the people in the shadows, or
there is one
pink
person
jacket.
unoccupied in the sense that the pink jacket person is firing at Priest and kind of like laughing maniacally while doing so. One person is in a grapple, like a full-on like arm wrestling contest with Med Unit right now. And there is one person kind of skulking along the wall, like staying low and firing kind of at wherever the bazooka is trying to hit, knowing that Priest will jump away, trying to kind of like snipe in that sense, where Priest is moving to escape the shot.
Okay. So I see this third person and I think, okay, I need to mitigate damage right now. And 2 of these 3 are occupied. So everything's tense. I shoot out an arm. I'm focusing on this person's weapon in an attempt to like throw it out of their hands across the room.
With telekinesis?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, how does your arm do that?
I know. The reason like I don't think to say the word, and it's just like extend the arm. Telekinesis.
She's one of the Fantastic Four. She's the one that like does the stretching arm.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting, Andromeda, because in your mind, it almost does feel like an extension of your limb. Like to you, there's no difference between like grabbing an object with your hand and holding it and like sending out this power up and through your fingertips to stretch through the room and move through the air invisibly to grasp an object that is like 10 feet away from you. Go ahead and use your willpower to see if you can harness your powers to do this. 11 is a success. You wrench the laser pistol out of the hands of this individual that was firing at Priest, and you hear them shout, "The hell!" as it's kind of lifted up and out of their grasp and floating in the air, moving towards you.
So, sorry, what's moving towards me?
The laser pistol.
The laser pistol. Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I grab the laser pistol and I kind of shoot at that person's feet. In hopes that I either like knock them away just like out of the fight or or I like
scare them off.
Yeah, sure. Like without getting too violent or aggressive, or maybe they're no longer with us. I don't know.
with a delicate aim and almost like a apologetic firing of this weapon. Give me an agility roll, please.
6.
6 is a fail. Go ahead and mark 1 experience. And the weapon discharges, and instead of shooting at this individual, it pings off a piece of metal that you didn't see because of the reflection of the light streaming through above you. It's so bright. Everything remotely shiny has that look of like a car in the bright sunlight that's like driving in front of you, and you can't even like see where you're going because it's coming right back at you. And so you thought it was just like sun or just like pure sunspots. But it is indeed a piece of metal, and it refracts off of that, pinging off, hitting the wall, bouncing again. I would like Priest to make an agility check, please, as the laser comes blasting your way.
Oh no.
5.
That's a fail. Go ahead and mark an experience point. Priest, you are struck in the shoulder by a laser blast. Go ahead and take 2 points of harm as it sears into you. And pain shoots through you. What do you do?
Besides saying "ow, fuck," when you say sears into where am I hit?
In your shoulder as you're moving along, trying to dodge the bazooka. You just get hit out of seemingly nowhere by a laser blast that you weren't even aware someone was shooting at you.
So Priest grabs her shoulder and says "fuck," kind of throws her off a little bit, throws her off her trajectory a little bit, and she hits the ground.
You all see this. You see Priest go down. What do you all do?
So for the person the person the med unit is holding, med unit's gonna say, sir, there's too much happening, and I can't allow the subject to get damaged, and so I need you to just rest right now. And of my 6 articulated arms, 2 of which were just broken on me to begin with, and 3 which are now not working because of heat effects and my rerouting of power. I have 1 working articulated arm left.
Well, we'll give you 2. Well, whatever is 2, because you need 2 to hold on to him. So go ahead and take.
Oh, sorry.
2.
Let me be more specific. I have two humanish looking arms that are used for like restraint and lifting and human things, but I have the 6 little.
Your Doc Ock arms.
Spider. Yes, exactly. Yeah, my Inspector Gadget arms.
Nice.
Thank you, Erica. So yeah. So with one of those, that one happens to be the one that has the needle, and so I'm just gonna stick that into the guy's neck and inject a sedative.
Nice. Roll an agility check for that.
Okay. Where the heck is my? Oh, it's over here. Bear with me.
And I will remind everyone, just looking at recovering health, if you have first aid, you need like a hot second to like administer first aid, but you can spend 1 supply to heal another character 1d6 of health. Or maybe there's an ability you have. I know some of you have medical abilities perhaps for healing. Just a reminder. Or if you have a good night's sleep, as we all know, that'll heal you up too.
Good. So agility is an 8.
All right, an 8 is a partial success. The needle jams into your quarry, and you feel the, is it a sedative?
Yes.
You feel the sedative be administered in a way that your programming was designed to do. Like you're a medical robot, and this feels right to you, and it's just kind of like you're fulfilling your protocol. However, it's a partial success, and so the consequence here is that was your last sedative. So you will need to spend supply, go to market, something else to get remaining sedative, unless you have some sort of ability or thing that says otherwise. I don't want to step on your character's toes, but
okay.
Does that sound right to you?
Sure. I forget what my abilities are, so I'll look those up.
Okay.
That works.
Yeah, if you have an ability that's like, you always have sedatives, like, please, we'll go with that one instead. But yeah, you feel you feel like the cartridge, like, you know how the printer cartridge is out of black ink? It's like a little bit left, like maybe you could get like 1 more print job out of it. So there's like a little shaky bottom of the can thing inside, but you probably need to refill that. However, this one does work. And the individual looks at you and says, the Legion will never, and just crumples to the ground asleep.
Perfect.
Priest is on the ground. So is this individual. What do you do, Med Unit? And Andromeda, you have seen the laser gun that you have kind of floated over in midair dispel kind of wildly through the room. In this moment of pause, I will say Pink Jacket kind of looks wildly around for like you, Priest, at the ground, and smiles and has a look of like a predator closing in on prey, but then sees you, Andromeda, and kind of turns over her shoulder and says, "Oh, there you are, sweetheart," and turns around to face you instead. "Been looking for ya!" And she's going to fire a bazooka blast your way. Please roll agility.
Ooh, 5.
Ooh. Go ahead.
I keep looking at my character sheet, and I know agility is 0, but I'm just like, I'm not gonna plus anything.
Go ahead and mark 1 experience and take 3 harm as the bazooka blast hits you right in the gut, and you feel the kind of just burning sensation as the laser is dispelled, not into the dirt as other shots have gone awry, but into you, and it hurts. And you see Priest kind of also similarly grimacing in pain from the ground. What do you all do?
I think as soon as Andromeda's hurt, med unit, so his feet that he was trying to use to walk naturally, are actually little treads, little triangular treads, and those engage, and he zooms across the room as quickly as he can, and just without even stopping, grabs Andromeda, probably by the arms or something, by whatever he can grab, and tries to remove Andromeda from the room to someplace safe.
Okay, Andromeda, do you resist this help from med unit?
Sorry, I had like a small emergency happen. Could you just let me know what I'm
Sure.
responding to?
Yeah. Are you
Sorry.
okay? Do we need to take a break?
No.
Okay.
No, we're good. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Just what am I responding to?
I just as soon as you were hurt by a bazooka blast, med unit's his feet turned into treads, and he zoomed across the room and grabbed you and started dragging you out of the room to safety.
Okay. Yes, I accept this. I do not resist this. Can I make a final attempt to use my powers on Pink Jacket?
Sure.
In order to like save the rest of us before she, reloads the bazooka one more time.
Yeah. What do you wish to happen?
In this like state of panic and like survival mode, my attempt would be to hop into her brain, make her drop the bazooka, and either hop up into that light that's being exposed or like dash the other way to at least, if not just run and like have some other motivation, and to at least just stall us a few minutes.
Yeah. Give me a willpower roll as you concentrate all of your mental energy, ignoring the searing pain across your abdomen as you are being wrested away by med unit, who is kind of on treads, kind of spinning up dirt as it moves through the hallway.
Okay, we have 9.
9 is a partial success. So, describe what it feels like as you enter the mind of this individual, someone that was sent here to hunt you and has singularly been focused on doing so. What does it feel like for you using your powers in this way?
So, it's kind of like, watching multiple screens at once, like, or having, several tabs open where like music's playing and like thoughts are rolling and it's all very chaotic and I'm seeing multiple things at once. And I'm feeling this sense of like hunger, but it's not normal hunger. It's hunger for power and it's hunger for some kind of gain. I'm not really sure what it is, but this person wants what they want and they are in a state they're not gonna let anything get in the way of that. And there's a lot of like really icky feelings like hatred and bigotry and just rage, but the rage feels different to rage that I felt before, where it's not anchored in anything kind of emotional. It's just rage for the sake of being rage. And so when I enter this person's mind, I can see what they're seeing and for a few seconds move them as I would move. But you don't see Andromeda, the being, making those actions. It's all just done telepathically.
Yeah. As this is happening, Priest, what you see is the individual kind of standing over you with a bazooka, granted turned towards Andromeda's retreating figure, but like ever closer. And then the other person who had lost their weapon, but is just kind of like moving towards you, cracking their knuckles. Their weapon had been removed by Andromeda earlier, but they're advancing towards you as well. From your position on the floor, you see at least the one with the bazooka kind of seize up, and like it's almost as if she's possessed for a moment, and just kind of with a blank stare drops the bazooka on the ground for seemingly no reason, and then like does one of those jumps where it's like very powerful, like kneel down, all of the power to kind of shoot forward, grabs onto something from the ceiling, flips up, and exits through the hole in the ceiling, just leaving the scene completely. Stunning the companion, the one that has not been put to sleep by med unit, to the point where they stop cracking their knuckles, do one more half-hearted crack, like the last one, just like the pinky, like, and then looks at you and says, shit, I don't know, what the fuck, hang on, boss, and just kind of like immediately starts climbing up in like a very unelegant way, like grabbing onto things, and like the sheet that had been covering the hole, like grabs onto that, dangles a bit, like swings, eventually makes an ungracious, unceremonious exit, kind of wiggling with the last button legs up and over the hole, and leaves as well. There's still a snoozing figure on the ground from one of the Legion members, but Priest, you thought it was the end, and now you're all alone, as Andromeda and Men Unit have made kind of an escape out of this room, and you're safe. Andromeda, as the cost of your partial success, you were able to control this person, but in using your controlling powers, a searing pain kind of cuts through your own mind as you have a memory that you wish to suppress and forget. You see the face of Vance, your old partner, the one that you had been with back when things were good, back when you thought that your powers were something helpful and useful and not harmful. And you see Vance looking at you on a date that you were on, kind of looking over some of the plans that he had for this this village, this area that had been developed. He had a plan for it, and you had a different idea. And the two of you kind of looking out over this kind of muddy field that was going to transform into something that he had ideas for, innovations for. There's like something tickling in the back of your mind. You wanted him to think the way you wanted. You wanted him to believe in the things you believed in. And you stretched out with your powers to this person that loved you, that looked at you with such kindness, and planted a seed, planted an idea, a thought, a controlling thought in his mind. And his eyes glazed over with the same vacant look, no longer looking at you with love, but with obedience. And this sears through your mind, this pain, and you're wrenched back to the present as you remember this very dark memory.
Talk about adding insult to injury. Oof. Plus the gut pain of this bazooka. I feel like that would be a moment that Andromeda just from exhaustion of the pain, the mental pain, emotional pain, the physical pain, her arm just drops. She just lets Med Unit do whatever, just drag her away, because being dragged away from here is better than being where she just was. So I think just out of exhaustion, she kind of closes her eyes to that after that. Yeah, just kind of lets the body do its thing.
Med Unit and Priest, what do you do in the aftermath of this battle?
Well, I get up. It's clear that the area is now safe. I have an idea of where Med Unit is most likely taking Andromeda, so I'm not quick to excuse me. I'm not quick to follow. Instead, I make eye contact, or I look down at the Legion member who was sedated, who is a bit, who is still clearly out of it, but has regained some semblance of consciousness. And I walk over, still kind of holding, my shoulder a little bit. I was hit with a laser, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not bleeding, but it's been cauterized, I would imagine. But hurts like hell. So I'm this kind of gritting against the pain, but also enraged. This is not the first time that Priest has been betrayed in this way, or has been part of something that goes bad. And seeing Andromeda go down, gives her a sort of not flashback, but reminds her of what happened to Belvin. which kind of amplifies the rage. So she goes over to the Legion gangster who's like sort of waking up, and kneels down over him and has a knee over his neck. Pulls out her gun and is kind of aiming it downwards, but still like kind of towards him, and asks, who sent you?
As this individual comes to consciousness, it's kind of a scrappy young guy. He has a lot of scars on his face and kind of like dark circles from sleeplessness under his eyes. He still is armed, but currently does not have his hand on his weapon as he groggily looks up at you. Send me? Ah, shit. Looking around, kind of realizing he's alone. I'm Legion. I'm with the Legion, man. Don't kill me.
Priest presses her knee into his neck, just enough not to completely cut off oxygen, but basically in a, I mean it kind of way. What do you want? What does Legion want with Andromeda?
Roll willpower.
Seven.
Partial success. He divulges the following. Man, look, I don't make decisions. I just do what I'm told, and some VR bullshit, I don't know, some company sent us. We do what we are told, all right? And anyway, we had business here with Asmo, so we got to make a pickup, and it's in the neighborhood. And they said they could deliver the other one, this lady, to us here too. So one-stop shop, you know? Two birds, one stone. I don't know what the phrase is. Don't kill me because I don't know the phrase, okay?
Priest kind of takes a deep breath. Everything in her is telling her to kill him. But she remembers one of Belvin's favorite sayings through their time together. Never kill a man that need not killing. And so she knows that, nothing is to be gained. She can see that this is just some scrawny kid, albeit scarred, clearly not just some, career criminal, just someone likely just trying to make ends meet. She sees a lot of herself. And she says, I think you should find another line of work. Probably going to have to roll to try this, but wants to knock him out.
Knock him out with your pistol?
Yeah, just like kind of backhand with the pistol.
Yeah, I would say he's still pretty groggy, so I don't think you need to roll for that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty defenseless right now.
Okay.
So yeah, you kind of hit him, and he looks like he has like a sassy retort to make. But similar to the earlier time when you cut off Hardin, who is speaking with a quick click of the button, this clicks his button, and he goes out like a light, and he's unable to retort to you. Sinks to the ground.
Priest starts to lift herself up and grabs his pistol. At the very least, if he were to try to come after them, he's not armed.
As you grab the weapon, you see sticking out of his pocket some written orders, coordinates to this planet. You see a message that says Hardin will deliver the one here. And you also see coordinates for the pickup for Asmo, the drug that they're also here to get.
Well, my oh my. So she picks up that note, puts it in her pocket, looks back one more time at this poor kid, and starts to shuffle off towards med unit following the tracks that they left in the ground.
Med unit will cut to you racing down the hallway, your treads making marks in the dirt. You barrel out into the main bar area where people are still enjoying their drinks. Apparently the sound of off-screen gunfire does nothing to dampen the spirits of these folks who are here to enjoy some chunks. What do you do?
I think the moment that Med Unit gets Andromeda out of the harm's way, he would sort of just lay her down on the ground and would say, "Subject on Andromeda, if you'll be still for a moment, I will return you to a nominal state." And can I assume that once I power down my restraining arms, that I get some of my articulated arms back?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, so like one at a time, a few more of these arms spring up over my shoulders and just get to work, like stitching and applying different sort of creams and whatever, just like amazingly quickly and dexterous, like the most skilled surgeon, doing an impeccable job at repairing Subject Andromeda.
Excellent. Go ahead and roll 1d6 to see how much health is restored, and also mark off 1 supply used to heal.
And I do have first aid ability. No, what do I have? I have medic ability. So when I perform first aid, heal an additional +2 health.
Excellent.
And I rolled a 4.
Nice. So you are back to full health, Andromeda, and you're feeling much better than you were but a moment before.
Awesome. Yeah, I kind of blink my eyes open a little bit. As I'm sort of regaining consciousness, my hands just immediately go to my middle just to see if everything's whole there still. And I'm kind of surprised, and I see Med Unit just like above me. And I just kind of takes me a second, and I go, "Thank you," in just this sort of like bewildered state, before I kind of snap back and remember everything that just happened in the last, few minutes that felt like hours. And I kind of look around and I look at Med Unit and I say, "Where is Priest?"
Priest is in the room where you were hurt.
Okay, we should probably get her because I don't know how to fly. Actually, sorry, I'm taking that back because I don't think we need to leave yet. We should probably go get her and make sure she's all right. I don't know how to talk to you, Med Unit, because I cannot control you, and you seem to only listen to Priest. But if you can muster up some willpower and help me get her, I think she also needs to be healed.
Of course. Med Unit stands up, turns and starts marching.
As in the background, the bartender yells, "Yeah, and if you could muster up some of the tab money too, that'd be great, because you guys are causing a big ruckus back there. Big ruckus."
Yeah, well, your top shelf liquor isn't anything to write home about, so.
Top shelf liquor? He immediately turns and looks.
Knew that was coming.
Andromeda kind of reaches into a little satchel that she's got. She throws a coin his way.
Catches it, immediately puts it into the correct pouch, like the pocket with that type of currency. Just automatic, doesn't even look.
Amazing. Is that -1 supply for me, or credit, or?
Yeah, credit. How much did you give him? Like a pittance?
Enough to cover like the drinks that or like the liquor that I borrowed.
Okay. Then yeah, in that case, damage. 1 supply.
Okay.
Priest, you're met in the hallway by Med Unit, and eventually Andromeda, as you all meet up in this kind of liminal space between the darkness of the bar to your right and the brightness of the battleground to your left. I assume, Priest, you share the information that you found.
Priest looks at them and says, I found something. Let's talk on the ship. And Meds, my shoulder really hurts, so can we do that? Can we talk while you work?
Of course. Start fixing the priest.
All right. As you med and walk, go ahead and roll a d6 plus your 2 for your medic ability med unit.
Ooh, 3.
Plus the 2 as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so take 3 points. I think that heals you up, though, doesn't it? Priest?
Yeah, I had 2 harm, so I'm
Great.
healed up.
As the group makes their way back to the ship, it's where you left it. Med unit, you would notice because of your interest in this woman before, but the older woman with the curly hair and freckles, who seems to be aging more slowly, is still at the bar where she sat down, watching you, taking a sip of a drink, keeping an eye on your group.
Okay. I think I'm not sure that I would respond to that. I would probably notice it because she's interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I've already informed Priest that there's a person who ages slowly, so I.
Yes, I'm sure Priest accepted that information wholesale in the heat of battle.
The most interesting thing to me about that person.
So as you make your way back to the ship, it's as you left it. It's a relief to be out in some place that you consider to be safe. You're kind of seeing the bustle of Sunseared outside of the glass, but you're back in your element here. What do you all wish to do?
I think we should meet maybe in the navigation area of the ship. And there's kind of like a small table. It's small. We're on a relatively small ship. But I tossed the notes that I found onto the center table, and looks like that message that med unit got wasn't faulty. Harden tried to get us axed, but seems like it's clear why, and makes eye contact over with Andromeda. But then kind of points them to the bottom part of the note. This is what's most interesting. So the Asmo shipment here, then points to the coordinates, and looks over at med unit and says, would you be able to input these coordinates? Tell us how far we are.
Of course. And I do that.
Roll intelligence.
Oops. I should have got physical dice. What did I do wrong? Oh,
It's been clutch. These physical dice have been clutch.
Damn it. I've lost the ability to type. 7.
7?
Yeah, that's right. 7.
Partial success. You are able to discern that the location is far out over the desert's dunes. However, in a spaceship, it will be no time at all to get out that way. And from the kind of detail that you know, Med Unit, so this was not in the note itself, but looking at the topography of the area, you can guess, given what you know about Asmo and where it is naturally grown, it's inside one of the dunes, probably in like a cavern or like a mine or something that goes underneath the sands, because you know it grows in kind of dark places, and there's no way it's growing in the bright light out here. So you can kind of take stock of anything you'd need on the ship to make a descent down into a darker, elevated kind of trek. The partial comes from, oh man, partial success on on coordinates. What would that look like? I
mean,
guess
I'm just-
actually. Oh, go ahead. If you have an idea, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I'm not really designed to be, a navigator in ships.
Mm-hmm.
So, I do my best, and I would say what I'm picturing is I could say, uh, uh, priest, the target coordinates are in this area, uh, and appear to be underground. And I think, being a machine, I could probably put something up on a display that shows like a range, sort of a little circle
Mm-hmm.
in the general vicinity of the coordinates.
Yeah.
If that works.
Well, you succeed in finding it. You'll always on a hit you'll always get it, but there's a complication. I think the complication might be so like you do have that kind of circle in the range, but you know where you're headed. You're smart, med unit, and you can kind of put coordinates in and figure stuff out.
True.
The complication, however, is that maybe you gave away your position in doing so, like in triangulating exactly where. You know that kind of you had to put your signal out there, and you're not exactly sure who may have seen it. So that was a risk, but now you know exactly where to go.
Okay.
Does med unit communicate this risk?
No, I don't think that would have been something med unit would think to communicate.
Okay. All right, then priest takes stock. She knows that they could get there in a relatively quick amount of time, and is aware of the fact that now that the Legion knows that they're here, knows that Andromeda is here, and likely knows that they have all survived their encounter, time is of the essence. So they need to get a move on. She articulates this, but then looks up at Andromeda and says, how do I want to phrase this? Before we go anywhere, I really got to know what the hell happened back there.
Andromeda's nodding. She sighs. And she says, I know that neither one of you have any reason to trust me. If you're capable of trust. And she kind of glances over at mid-unit. But I will tell you that the sooner we get to this drug, the sooner that things like that won't happen to us anymore. Those people are very dangerous, as you saw. They will stop at nothing to capture me. And as far as well-being goes, that may be in your interest to let them, but I can promise you they will not give you anything for it, and to them you're just collateral. They want what I'm able to do, and I can tell you it is not for anything good. And getting this Asmo, this is the one solution out of the hundreds that I have gone over and over in my brain that makes sense to save or prevent anything from happening like that again.
It makes sense, and I'm sorry I gotta ask this, because I had told you that your business is yours, but seeing as the fact that we all almost got killed by a chick with a fucking bazooka, I think that it now begs the question, what the hell do these people want with you?
There is a man, and there is a company, and they have some of the most dangerous technology that has ever been seen in history. And let's just say that you are lucky enough to be talking to the key to that technology being just sparking mass chaos, total anarchy, devastation, if in the wrong hands. So I've been followed by a few random kind of shady people for a while now. I've told you this. And that was that last encounter was, I mean, that was kind of the worst that it's been so far. They're getting closer, they're getting stronger, they're getting hungrier for my abilities, and we can't let that happen. For your sake, for Med Unit's sake, for the sake of all those drunk people in that bar who are maybe not fully innocent, but they don't deserve the fate that would happen if this technology were to come to fruition.
Priest bites her lip and crosses her arms, winces a little bit, even though her shoulder's fixed, still a little sore. And says, "Well, shit. So you're telling me that we're saving the world now, or saving the galaxy now?"
In a few words.
Priest almost chuckles and then walks over to Med Unit and kind of leans against them, uses them sort of as a prop. Not the first time, won't be the last. "Well, then I guess we got no time to lose then, do we, guys?" And then grins over at Med Unit.
Med Unit is just still staring intently at Andromeda.
All right, Med Unit, don't make it weird. Let's go. And walks over to the ship, or walks over to the cockpit. We are on the ship. Walks over to the cockpit, gets into the seat, presses a few buttons, kind of looks fancy while she's doing it, but puts the ship kind of into atmosphere mode, since they're not really going into space and just kind of want to travel across the sky versus the atmosphere.
Yeah. As you do so, coming out of the bar is the old woman wearing the Federation outfit, and she's waving her arms, seeing you leaving, and doing a wait, please wait, kind of a motion on the tarmac. Do you wait for her, or do you take off?
I see her, I look over at Andromeda. After everything that's happened, and with Andromeda's willingness to be forthcoming in what's, at least in some sense, about what's happening and the stakes, Priest trusts her and basically gives her a look as if to say, "What do you think?"
Andromeda looks at the woman, looks at Priest, looks back at the woman, takes a second.
Do you want to use your ability?
My special one?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yes, but how do I want to use it is the question. Okay, I think I'll use it. Oh god, I'm nervous. So I phrase this in a question to you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Don't be nervous. Just your vibe check.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, unless you were thinking of something else, in which case, do whatever you were thinking of.
Oh god.
I'm gonna scream.
So, okay, I'm going to use my premonition ability to ask you if. So I don't want. If we stay and hear what this woman has to say, will it benefit us?
Great question. So that's from your character sheet, right?
Yes.
Premonition. Once per day, ask the GM about the outcome of an immediate action. They will describe the likely outcome honestly. So, if you stay and chat with this woman, what was your question?
Will it benefit, like, our eventual goal? Yeah.
Okay. If you stay and chat with this Federation representative, you will absolutely be benefited in the sense that you will learn more about what is at stake and what awaits you.
Okay. So Andromeda does her little talking to the ether situation.
What does it look like when you use that premonition?
I love that. Thank you for asking. Make her work.
True. Okay. So Andromeda does the look back and forth. She closes her eyes. As she does this, she's envisioning this woman. She's envisioning this action. She understands that this is uncharacteristic of this person and of this situation. As she's doing this, she's emitting this red glow that not everybody can see. In terms of her crew.
Med unit, you can absolutely see this energy.
I can see. I somehow just see Interruptus just chomping at the bit here.
So she, it's kind of like very tingly. It's not the same sort of situation as entering somebody else's mind, but it's almost like there's this like glowy electric pathway from me to this person, trying to sense why they're acting this way, what it could mean, trying to decipher. My arms kind of like go up a little bit, kind of in like an Om pose sort of, and my eyes are still closed. And kind of like furrow my brow. It looks like, when you're dreaming and your eyelids are closed, but your eyes are just moving back and forth all crazy. And then all at once, my arms drop, eyes open, and I yell, "Don't leave." Towards Priest. We have to hear what this person has to say.
Priest freezes. And is taken aback by what she's just kind of witnessed. But begins to power down the ship. And looks down across the tarmac again, sees the woman walking towards them, or running, although her pace is slowed a bit now that she sees we've turned down the ship. And with a deep breath and kind of shaking her head, just presses the button that opens the hatch for the ship.
Med unit, can you roll an intelligence check to get another Andromeda point with this aura visible?
Mm-hmm. 8.
All right. I'll consider all successes, just straight successes for your Andromeda collection. So go ahead and mark another point.
Okay.
As the what is that called? The ramp extends and lowers. This older woman walks up the ramp, kind of with a stride that is not typical of her age. Again, she's looking a little old, stooped. You can see the skin is wrinkled. To your eyes, she appears old, but Med unit, you can tell that she is not as old as she should be, given her biological age and things you can scan on her. She enters the ship and kind of goes, "Whew, man, I thought you guys were going to leave me. Oh, thanks for waiting. Are you the, what is it? Oh, Inval? Crew?"
Priest walks over and kind of has her hands down at her belt, so you can see that her weapon is there, but isn't really, hasn't gone for it or anything like that, and just asks, "You armed?"
Of course, a Federation standard. Yeah. No, but we're no gunfights today. At least not with you all. I'm Patricia. She reaches into her jacket very slowly as if to show she's not going for a weapon, she's going for a badge. And she holds it out, and you can see the eagle emblazoned on there. Patricia Fellows is kind of printed there. And she says, "I represent the Federation. We have interests in collecting and stopping the Legion from doing the various things that the Legion is wont to do, namely Asmo distribution. and you have all come up on my file as people of interest. And she looks at all of you, and her eyes linger on you, MedUnit, and says, very, very interesting interest. So yes, I wonder if we could team up and help one another in this mission.
I find you interesting as well. You seem to be old.
Yes. Yes, I am. Are you always this blunt?
I don't know what you mean.
No,
Priest looks over at Med Unit. Meds, how old is she?
What do I know?
From your earlier intelligence check, you would know she looks to be about... She probably looks to be about, like, 60s, 70s, but she's reading, like, 110 on your scans of her natural life cycle.
I would estimate around 110 years old.
She looks shocked. Huh. Well, normally I would like if people told me I looked younger than I am. That usually makes me feel better. But I guess I'll take this too. Interesting. She looks a little like she's trying to shrug it off.
Well, Priest says, you certainly don't look 110, but kind of walks over to her. See, Priest is a little bit taller. And has a poker face. And says, if you're saying you have a file on us, why should we trust you?
I can't make you trust me. I have a file on you because you're outlaws, you're bounty hunters, you're space pirates. Of course I have a file on you. If I didn't have a file on you and I'm Federation, you shouldn't trust me. How about that? I'm just telling you the truth. But we have common interests, and sometimes the enemy of my enemy is someone that I need to ride with.
Priest kind of
Sorry.
makes eye Priest makes eye contact with Andromeda.
I look over at Andromeda, at Priest, and I say, I don't know, Priest, you've already teamed up with someone with common interests already. How much are you willing to extend that trust?
Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I've already been burned once. Literally.
Who are you burned
figuratively.
by? What happened?
Priest kind of rolls her eyes, and says, what's in it for us? We let you ride with us. What do we get in return?
Roll willpower. Tell me something you'd want to know, something that would sweeten the pot. And if you get a success, that's what's on the table.
So something that I would want?
Mm-hmm. Like what would be like a juicy answer from her? Could be
immunity.
like categorically. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, immunity from
Mhm.
all this.
Yep, roll willpower.
Okay. Roll willpower, which I have none of, but I guess is better than negative. 9.
Partial success. Your success comes from what she offers. It's partial because she asks for something in return. So she says, listen, I know you all have records. She looks at you in particular, Priest. Some of them are quite long. It was a very long time to read your file. I can offer you immunity from future charges, and I can even offer clemency on past charges. The Federation is very generous to those that help us. I need a ride, and for such gracious extension of our forgiveness, I'll also ask that you keep discretion on anything that you see here today. I'm talking signed waivers.
Anything we've seen today.
Anything. Wow. Also, asking an outlaw to sign a waiver.
I don't like it any more than you do. My work takes me into very nefarious spaces. No offense. And she looks around your ship.
Priest kind of rolls her eyes, then looks over at med unit as if he's part of the problem. None taken. And then kind of glances back at Andromeda, then at meds, and then at this Federation lady.
Patricia. She
Patricia,
says, apropos of nothing,
Patricia.
just like sees you look at her up and down, and she's like,
Yeah.
badge.
And then once again makes eye contact with Patricia. Even though she's not really inclined to make other deals, she knows that the odds are stacked against an outlaw psychic woman and a medical robot, and that they are going to need at least a little bit of help. And thinks that despite the risks, the pros may outweigh the cons here. And Priest extends her arm to Patricia for a handshake.
Before you do that, I have one question that I hope you would answer honestly, Patricia.
Oh, Patricia.
If you want us to use discretion with everything that we've seen today, and you also are looking to effectively eradicate Legion, can you confirm or deny if that was a botched attempt by the Federation today?
What happened to you? First of all, we don't want to eradicate Legion. Legion can be useful. What we do want is to keep tabs on what they're doing with Asmo, and to get that Asmo out of the hands of people that shouldn't have it. In that sense, Legion is not being very helpful. What happened to you today had nothing to do with the Federation. She leans back, goes to lean on the chair, and sees it's all dusty and torn up and battered from all of your travels, and touches it and then immediately wipes her hand off and is just leaning on something else instead. From what I've read in your file, and she looks at you, Andromeda, kind of do you really want me to go on with that kind of look? And then proceeds to say, you have a bit of a trouble back on the planet for some property damage, let's say. Some people on your tail, maybe? And our network show that VR Industries is very interested in you. Very, very interested in you. The Federation does not get involved in private commerce, but we have our eyes on everything. And let's just say you might have your own problems.
Thanks, Patricia.
She gives a little shrug you asked.
I did.
Priest
I
kinda
default.
smirks.
Yeah, I default to your judgment, Priest. I just wanted to make sure we weren't hopping into bed with the wrong folks.
Yeah. And I think that that's fair. And just kind of based on that. Also, what is... Sorry, it's been bothering me. What's the name of that... the woman in Order of the Phoenix, the really awful one from that made Harry write over and over, I must not tell lies. What's her fucking name?
Oh, Umbridge.
Umbridge, yeah, thank you. She's giving me major Dolores Umbridge vibes.
Yes.
But this is now becoming borderline an offer we can't refuse, especially if we know the Federation is interested in what's going on. There's more skin in the game here, and Priest starts to feel a real obligation now to ensure the safety of Meds and Andromeda, and so is willing to take the risk.
Patricia sidles up to you, Priest, just one of those shoulder to shoulder, where your faces are very close to each other but facing opposite directions, and kind of in your ear says, with the practiced nature of someone who'd been prepping to say this, right? Like who's obviously read about you and was waiting to say this to you, says, "And don't you want a chance to get back for what was done to Belvin?"
The priest kind of freezes. Could the others hear that?
She tried to keep it very low in your ear. But
could
you're
the
welcome to
others
try.
hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could the others hear it?
Go ahead and roll willpower. Anyone who is trying to get the hot
Listen
tea.
in.
Nine.
Oh, 1.
Med unit, go ahead and mark XP. You do not hear it. Your scanners are actually kind of beeping in your ears like tinnitus because your body is trying to repair itself from all the overheating and like exertion that it had to go through. And so your
Sure.
scanners are kind of drowning out the exterior noise for that moment, going, "Systems online! Systems online!" And you have to dampen that voice down. For you, Andromeda, you do hear it. But you are very obviously eavesdropping, and so she knows you know.
So Patricia knows that Andromeda heard it, is what you said?
Yep.
Okay.
The tea was spilled, and she knows it got spilled.
Okay. And this makes Priest kind of stand up a little bit straighter. A little more tense. Ultimately, again, looks back at Andromeda and Med Unit, looks back at Patricia and extends her arm.
Patricia grasps it, one of those gladiator grasps where she grabs kind of up by your elbow, does like a firm shake.
Mm-hmm.
She's not feeble by any means. You don't know what Med Unit is talking about, 110? She's like old, but like not that old, seemingly to you.
Mm-hmm.
She gives a nod. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I'll have all the paperwork drawn up.
They nod. Their priest nods. Looks back at everyone. Now, if there are no other delays, may I please restart the ship? Everyone, I'm gonna assume you're saying yes. Okay. Goes back over to the cockpit. Hops in. Punches in the coordinates.
Oh, priest, gently this time, please.
Priest kind of clenches her jaw and says, "I still shoot faster than you." And then, almost as if just to spite Andromeda, purposefully jerks the ship as they get off into the air so Andromeda trips.
Give me an agility on that.
Come on, man. Give me this one. 8.
Partial success. Yeah, you make her trip. You dip the wing, easy enough. You also scrape the top of the bar with the tip of the wing, and it makes a screeching metal noise as it like rips off the top of the bar. And as you kind of fly away, you see the bartender shaking his fist through the opening.
Worth it. 100% worth it.
Worth it.
As the ship flies out towards the location that was triangulated by Med Unit, Patricia settles in, kind of like wipes off a spot on one of the chairs with like a piece of cloth she had in one of her pockets and sits down. And you see her staring at you, Med Unit, with the intensity that you usually stare at people. And in the quiet of the flight, as you guys move forward through the atmosphere, she leans forward and like does like, you know how people like do like a leg pat on someone who's sitting near you, but she does that on one of your arms. It's like the closest thing to her. And she says, "You did good back there."
I just look at her, curious.
She gives you the same curiosity back, and it's just like she's very comfortable just like staring at your stare, which is something that most humans avert their eyes from.
Do I have any idea what she's talking about?
Roll intelligence.
Five.
It's a failure. Go ahead and mark XP. You try to rack your memory chip of what is this behavior all about and why is this human reacting in this way. And you come up to that big blank spot where your chip is fried that has made you forget not the way to do things medically, but the why, the moral code, the ethics. It's that erasure part of your memory. And it's like a big blank wall staring at you. And it's like you stutter and start on it and stutter and start on it, and you can't get past that blankness. And it's the same kind of look in her eyes looking at you. She's processing, thinking, both of you just looking at one another.
And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I looked at him.
The slow zoom in on both of the faces.
It's like a spaghetti western.
Yeah.
As the infall approaches the site that was marked on the map, does anyone need a bio break?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm assuming the AI of the ship just asked if everyone on the ship needs a bio.
Yeah.
The peanuts?
The voice comes over the loudspeaker. We are approaching
Attention.
destination.
If you
Attention.
must pee, do so now.
Gosh, that's so funny. Like, why don't adventurers have more bio breaks built into their adventures?
I know, right? Nobody's peed yet.
Lord of the Rings was like 9 hours and no one went to the bathroom once, I swear.
Right?
Oh gosh. But yes, the infall approaches this area, kind of flying over sand dunes, the landscape rolling with the sun setting now, so that there's no longer a brightness to this area, a heat, a warm color splashed across the dunescape. Instead, it changes to like a light purple, a lavender, a coolness settles in over the landscape. Little lizards dart out of holes that they had made during the day, and you see their dark shapes skittering along the sand. As the infall touches down on the sand dune that was marked on this map, you see a large kind of cavernous shape cut into the side of one of the rock faces, and you see kind of a craggy descent lower and lower. It would appear from your triangulation med unit that this is the location of the Asmo drop. Patricia unbuckles her seatbelt, which she had very carefully buckled. Even though it has been broken for a long time, she like tied it around her waist. And she stands up and says, "Well, I'm ready. Are you all ready? Do you have any questions for me before we begin the journey together? Oh, and by the way, I did draw up the documents. Here you go." And she takes out kind of like a tablet type thing and passes it over to you all. And upon inspection, it's just essentially like all of your crimes, petty and otherwise, over the years that the Federation had been aware of are just listed here. You're like scanning page after page after page, kind of going through your own histories. And each one says like clemency, waived, doesn't matter, in exchange for cooperation with the Federation on this day, specific date, and complete silence in regards to everything you see here on this day.
And that's everything for everybody.
Priest kind of looks at hers and looks at hers and then kind of zeroes in on page 17 and goes, "Jesus, you knew about that?"
She does a little, Federation knows a lot.
She shrugs and keeps going through it. She's like,
Yeah,
"So
Priest, yours
sorry,
is
this
very
is
long."
gonna take a second. I got 30 more pages to go. I'm curious, how long is Med's page or Med's like file?
Yeah, I was gonna ask what is on mine.
Do you allow the others to take a look at it, Med Unit?
Well, I assume she handed it to me.
Yes, you each got a tablet.
Okay. Well,
She had a little briefcase full of tablets. It's just like standard Federation multi-tablet situation.
Well, before anyone else looks at it, I would like to look at it and know what's on it.
Yeah, MedUnit, as you look at your own record, you see various malpractice lawsuits, mostly people who had come to you for medical advice or services that instead were experimented on in ways that they did not consent to, or kind of pushed to the limits of things that they were expecting.
Naturally.
And across all of the different systems where you had done medical practice in like your 60 years of doing this, ever since your chip fried, as far as you can remember, this is everything that you've ever done that has upset a human, and humans were constantly being upset at you. You do notice that prior to the chip fry, when the furthest back you can remember, there are no records.
This
Like
seems
there are no
accurate.
there are no records, or it's like redacted.
There are no complaints or incidents
Okay,
that need
got
to
it.
be, granted clemency.
Okay. And then it asks for confidentiality regarding what? Anything that happens
Today?
today.
Mhm.
Okay. Priest, as my administrative user, I need to ask you if you would like me to agree to this. If I do, it will be I will execute these orders just as I would if you had asked me to do them. So I would like you to tell me if I should agree to this. And I hand my tablet to Priest.
That's interesting, and that's like extra pressure because now I'm in charge of like I'm potentially signing away I don't want to say another person, but like another entity, but also can a robot? Now I'm getting all waxing philosophical, but like can a robot like sign a consent form? Like, do we consider MedUnit sentient in that way? Priest is musing on these questions for no real reason, knowing that nobody's really listening because they really need
Patricia
to get going.
seems to be listening with a lot of intent, actually.
And on top of that, there's some things in that report that Priest hadn't seen before. For context, she got MedUnit as part of a drug deal a while ago. She's been running with MedUnit for longer than she's been running with Andromeda. So she only knew as much history as like she had asked MedUnit. It wasn't that MedUnit, didn't like intentionally didn't disclose things. It's just like you don't ask, like I'm not gonna tell. And so she's a little bit surprised by these things, and kind of looks over at MedUnit. Wants to ask them about these things, but then realizes that there's not going to be a whole lot of response in terms of like conscientious objection or anything like that. And so she just kind of like sighs and says, I'm going to ask you about some of this shit later when we have time. And signs his form and tosses the tablet over to Patricia.
Patricia pockets it with the others. Andromeda, do you sign as well? Priest, do you sign?
Hesitantly.
She puts them back in her slim briefcase, snaps it closed, says, got him in a drug deal, huh?
Yeah, you should have been there.
She looks off. Well, thank you for signing. Shall we?
Let's do it.
All right. You can lead the way as the local outlaws, and I will follow. I have to do things by Federation protocol, of course, so I'll be doing my thing, but I have your back. The most important thing is that the Legion does not get out of here with the Asmo. The Asmo should not be in their hands. It's very important to the Federation.
Priest
Okay, so
is,
Patricia.
yeah. It's pretty much what Priest says, whatever you say. And opens the hangar. And kind of walks past Andromeda with kind of a look, and mouths to herself.
What was the mouthing?
Watch her.
Nice. As the crew disembarks from the ship, you find yourselves at the mouth of a craggy cavern that descends almost straight down. Like, think the stairs in Lord of the Rings right outside the tower, the dark tower, where they're basically like climbing these rocks kind of like straight up, but they're still kind of stairs, which is very vertical. Similar.
Oh yeah, that gave me so much anxiety. That was in Mordor, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of like a staircase-ish, but they're very steep, deep, rocky steps that kind of head downwards. You do see that there are some chains and other climbing gear that have been set up here, and it seems that someone has made the descent recently.
Priest makes note of this. Keep your eyes peeled. We are definitely not alone.
What do you all do?
You're up.
So, I mean, Medbot's going to scan the environment for anything noteworthy.
What are you scanning for?
Well, I don't know. Priest asked us to keep our eyes peeled, so I'm going to use all of my sensors to look for anything. I don't know. Anything that my sensors would pick up that would be unusual in an underground place, I guess.
Okay. Give me an intelligence roll.
Uh, 10.
A 10 is a success. You're looking for anything unusual kind of going down in the descent area?
Mm-hmm.
I would say with a success like that, you'd be able to tell that there is a bottom to this. You see like tiny little like pings of like heat on your heat map, I guess, like maybe some wildlife. Gosh, I'm really bad at like heights. However tall that tower from Lord of the Rings is, that's what the height is.
Okay.
Very tall.
Very tall.
And I see that at the bottom?
You see it at the bottom. There is a flat bottom that plateaus out where you do see some like little pings of like on the heat map, little, I don't know, like squirrel type critters that live in the darkness or whatever. So you do know that there is a bottom where things are surviving. And you would also see on that heat map, likely you would see at least one humanoid shape down there, kind of near the bottom where this climbing gear is.
Okay. Priest, at the bottom, there is one humanoid, and there also seem to be many creatures that are the size of squirrels.
Squirrels, huh? That's fun. Well, 4 of us, 1 humanoid. I'll take those odds.
Are we drawing sticks of who's going first?
Ooh, I kinda love that.
Patricia kind of looks around at you and says, "Is this your protocol? Is this like how you outlaws operate? This? Stick drawing?"
Yeah. And sometimes we shoot guns.
Wonderful. Well, that part I'm familiar with at least. Fine. Give me the stick.
Everyone draws a stick? How do
All right.
we want to count for this?
So I guess we can do a D4. But who's what number? Sound off, I'm 1.
3.
2.
4.
All right, someone roll a D4.
Who's rolling? I volunteer Erica to roll.
Oh, I rolled. Oh. 2. Cool.
That's
Does
Claire.
that mean I'm going first? Yeah, or...
Oh, that's Andromeda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Patricia, holding the long stick, just looks at you and gestures with it to the climbing gear.
Cool. All right, Andromeda gears up. She kind of looks out of place in this like rock climbing getup, being so large. Kind of takes a final does a little like adjust, looks over the edge, gives a sigh, mutters something to the effect of "for humanity," and then begins her descent.
For humanity. Love it.
Give me an agility roll on that, please. And
oh God, please don't fall to your death.
Imagine that thing. Thanks for playing, guys.
GG's.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
4.
So 4? Go ahead and mark XP on that failure.
It's so nice that like when you fail, you're just like add some XP, and it's like
yes. And so I'm a bad GM, sorry. But I just remembered that you all have abilities that we haven't been using at all. LOL. So if you can make an argument that one of the skills. Though I would say take a look at your abilities too, because those are things that might come in handy. Those are things you need to be like, aha, but I have this thing, so you can't do that because I have this. But for skills, if you can say like, oh, well, like on all your pilot checks, for example, LOL, sorry, bad GM. If you didn't like the result of one of your dice, you can re-roll one. You have to take the new result though, if it's something you have. Yeah. So that would be, just to remind everyone, myself included, culture and pilot for priest, manipulation and culture for Andromeda, and science and tech for med unit. So within the context of all these roles, if you're like, I have a skill in this, can I re-roll that die? Like, please do.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Andromeda, I don't think culture or manipulation is going to help you as you shimmy down a rope in the darkness. So go ahead and take that XP for the fail. So as you're climbing down, I assume you're using the climbing gear. It is a kind of terrifying moment where your foot slips and you have to tell yourself, it's fine. You're like hooked in, the gear's fine. You're not going to fall. And you panic and you slip further and you panic. And it's like this moment where you're trying to grab onto anything, clutching as you're kind of slipping and falling and like semi-suspended, but in your free fall moments, there's just a terrifying feeling. You bump and tumble your way down to the bottom, kind of scaring yourself silly every like 5 feet or so as you're like basically doing roller coaster drops as you're descending. It's not glamorous and it's not fast, and everyone is kind of at the top watching this descent, unable to help. You make it down, and you do take 1 point of harm in total from all of the bumps, scrapes, and probably just psychic damage from how terrifying that was.
Okay.
It's fair.
Whew. Guess I'm alive.
Do med unit and priest descend in the same way?
You mean chaotically?
So it's just normal human, like, rappelling sort of gear,
Looks
right?
like it. That's what's been set up, at least.
I suppose that would make the most... Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's probably something that... Some part of med unit that he could just hook a little carabiner onto or something with the rope and just clip it onto like some part and then
go down like an elevator.
Yeah, it's just essentially lower himself like it's a big metal bucket or something being lowered down.
Yeah. Priest, is it your intention to use the equipment as well?
Yes.
All right. Both of you roll agility, please.
Uh, 5.
Okay. Bale, go ahead and mark that XP. Where are you all with XP?
I have 4.
Nice.
I also have 4.
Nice.
3. The 3 XP, and my roll is a 6.
Fail. Go ahead and mark XP. All of you kind of pull an Andromeda and bump and tumble your way down. It is not dignified by any means. Everyone takes 1 harm from that. As Patricia makes her way down last, looking elegant and trained, she's got like her curly hair. She like tucks it in her shirt. She's got like a little zip up Federation issued that she puts on. She put on some boots that she had in her bag that are like Federation mountain climbing issue, and she is just making her way down with utter grace and an aplomb, and lands at the bottom and just looks at you all with various cuts and scrapes and just like stares like, how did you amass such a record with this kind of performance? I just don't get it, but okay.
Shrug. Just shake the dust off.
And I think Med Unit probably starts zipping around and patching people up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish Andromeda could just make like the smallest pebble just like pop out of the wall and just like clunk her on the head just for being a jerk.
You want to use telekinesis for that?
Please do it.
I
Please do
do.
Okay.
Please do it.
Roll willpower. Med Unit, I'll give you a choice. So you do need some time to patch folks up, and you're willing to, if you're willing to do so, you can certainly do so. However, the humanoid that you tracked or clocked when you were up above, you don't see anyone in the immediate vicinity, but from where you scanned them, you know that they would be very close to where you guys descended.
Okay. Let's see, and so you say it would take some time to patch people up. I guess what I'll do is I'll come around to everyone and say, would you like me to restore you to a nominal state? And then anyone who says yes, I'll go ahead and patch them.
Yeah, your choice is, do you want to stay and spend the time and do that? You absolutely can. But it does, the other option is to keep pressing forward, knowing that there might be an enemy nearby.
Yeah, so when I ask each person, I'll tell them approximately how long it will take, and I'll leave it up to them. And when I'm visiting priests and asking priests that question, I'll also mention the humanoid that I mentioned was right over there.
It was right there.
Right there.
Would you get Andromeda?
I rolled a 5.
It's a fail. Go ahead and mark XP. You go to move a small pebble to bonk Patricia on the head, and the small pebble shifts instead a larger pile of stones that all begin to clatter down, harmlessly, not hitting any of you, but making that noise tush, 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 as more of them begin to fall into a large pile, making a lot of noise. And as you're saying this, Med Unit, about returning folks to a nominal state, this noise clatters in the background, and Patricia goes, "Good God, what did I sign up for?" And she draws her weapon and looks around. What do y'all do?
Priest also draws her weapon and looks around, see if anybody is coming through the darkness after them after hearing that noise, and is also just listening very closely.
Andromeda kind of braces.
Okay. Med Unit, do you continue with your healing?
Med Unit just has needle and thread out ready to heal anyone who asks for it.
Wonderful. In this moment of quiet after the loud noise, you see quick movement darting forward, not towards you, but away from you, as someone in a kind of duster coat, standard issue, kind of rough and tumble space pirate look from the retreating back, runs as fast as they can deeper down the cavern, away from you all. What do you do?
Away. Well, last time we chased was not great. So, I'm actually tempted to just say, everybody chill. Like, let's just hold on a second. Let's just collect ourselves. Let's patch up. Let's do this together.
Patricia looks at you with a sneer and says, This is the way that you robbed the central bank? This is the way that you and your team took over that drug bust and took everything for yourselves? This is the way that you won that space fight out in the Meteor District? This? And she's just egging you on.
I am going to, I don't know if this qualifies as a way that I can use it, but I do have the shoot first ability.
Nice.
And I want to use it to fire at her feet, not like to harm her, but just to like
Nice.
like just to scare the shit out of her.
Awesome. Yeah, I think you pull that up. Is there anything that you roll with, or that's just like a thing?
It's just like it's you cannot be surprised if someone would surprise you. You get the jump of them. You always act first in a fight.
Yeah. And you did that anyway in the fight.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking now when you're like, I'm gonna yeet myself in the room. Like, you just lived that.
I lived that code.
Yes, you did. That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So she does not anticipate this, and as she's egging you on, the lasers kind of like make her dance a bit, you know, to keep above them so that she's not shot in the foot. She's like, come on! Be quiet! Be quiet! And she just looks a little embarrassed. Her hand wasn't even on her weapon yet.
And Priest kind of walks over and kind of stares over her and says, "It's gotten me this far," and then holsters her weapon.
Noted. Fine. Lead on. Ugh, I can't believe this job has me allying myself with such...
Can I take advantage of med unit's healing properties?
You can, yeah. If you're not giving
I would
chase...
like to be transported to a nominal state.
So, because you have decided to stay here and get healed, please roll the d6 for all parties that are getting healed med unit, including yourself if you wish. If you can you repair yourself? I don't know if we ever talked about that.
No. But I could instruct if I know what's broken on myself, I could instruct someone else on how to repair me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In that case, roll a d6 for the humans that you're healing, and roll an intelligence check to see how well you can instruct them.
Okay.
That's your YouTube video roll. How great of a tutorial do you do?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay. And I have like and I have my medic skill, right? So they're all going to be at least +2. And
yeah.
Anyone...
I think that's true. With your medic skill, you won't even need to roll. This is an auto if there are anything less. That's a great point. Yeah, go ahead and take that time and heal up, everyone.
And then I guess I probably wouldn't get a +2 for my YouTube skill.
Nope.
So I'll just roll 1d6 for that. And 6. I'm a very good teacher.
All right. Go ahead and take XP. Med unit, you are explaining it in exactly the right way, except you're using very technical language that no one understands, naming every single part of you with like a very technical name. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I rolled 1d6 for healing.
I thought that was your intelligence roll.
Sorry, I rolled the wrong thing. I thought I was gonna,
add another dice to that, yeah.
Okay.
See, it's 6 plus whatever you get.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, that's your YouTube roll.
And then add my intelligence, so +2.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, 11 total.
11, success. So as you're saying all of this in like very technical speak, you can tell that no one understands. And you change to a vernacular that you have scanned on many instructional videos, so you sound like a YouTube video. Like, all of a sudden, MedUnit switches over into like, do you know 5 tips on how to like heal a robot?
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah. Hit that bell. And Patricia's just like, I'm gonna hit a bell. Oh my god.
Perfect.
So you are all healed up at the base of this dark, cavernous staircase. And up ahead at this time, you begin to hear the sound of a drill, like a very loud piece of machinery. kind of moving through the cavern ahead of you, grinding into stone. And Patricia says, "Shit, they're harvesting it. Come on, we don't have time to waste. Let's go." And she moves forward into the darkness with her weapon drawn. What do you all do?
Priest dons her hood, pulls out her weapon, and follows suit.
Yep. Andromeda doesn't really have any weapons aside from herself, so she
Her brain.
Her brain.
Also, I can kill you with my brain.
Also, I'm 7 feet tall.
I will say you could have kept the gun that you stole off that one person with telekinesis if you wish.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Sure.
Y'all left the bazooka though. That's back at the barn.
I know. I thought about that, but also I was like, I'm like down his shoulder. I don't know if I could be like, here is a bazooka. So wasn't willing to try it. Also, I have like bad strength, so I wasn't willing to.
Yeah, it is considered a heavy weapon. Yeah.
So before following after, actually use this as an opportunity now that Patricia has kind of like gone off ahead. Turn over to Andromeda, toss her the other gun, and say, I don't trust her. Hopefully you don't need this. And then turn and follow suit.
Andromeda nods. Me either.
Yeah.
Andromeda, there's a bling from your personal messaging device in your pocket.
No, not another unsolicited message.
I don't want one.
Oh.
Do you check it?
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of like heading off. I'm imagining it's sort of narrow, so it's sort of like single file. Patricia goes, Priest goes. I don't know if Med Unit is following Priest or if Med Unit is waiting for me. But I'm like getting ready to go and I hear it and I check it. Take a second.
It says, "I'll follow you anywhere. I just need you to say that you'll help. VR Industries could be so powerful with you. Think of the money we could make. Think of it, Andromeda. I'll never stop trying." And it's signed, Roy.
God, he really took his time crafting that one. Gosh. Yeah,
You actually get the sense that maybe the message delay was him waiting for the results of the attempted kidnapping.
That makes sense. Woman, I sent you my offer. Why you not reply? The money, Andromeda, the money.
It's just a quick wire. Oh my god. I feel like she shakes her head and is like, I don't have time for this, and is just like trying to keep a clear sense of what the priorities are here. Has Med Unit followed Priest, or is Med Unit waiting for me?
Yeah, what order is Med Unit in?
I follow wherever Priest goes. I'm just following right behind. If we're on a surface where I can roll, then I'm using my treads to just kind of try to be as silent as Priest is.
Okay. So there's no chance anyone else saw this message or intercepted it. I'm just gonna say, fuck money, and just keep running, following the crowd.
Your message is sent, and you follow the group as you all head through the kind of stone interior of this cavern, heading towards the noise of drilling. Patricia is briefing you, Priest, and kind of by virtue, Med Unit, who's following close behind. She has her weapon drawn, and she's doing that like low and slow walk, kind of crouching forward. And she says, kind of out of the corner of her mouth to you, Priest, "All right, so from what I know, we've got Corliss, who's the leader of this little operation here. She has had some interactions with, I believe, your space piratey type before. I don't know if you know her exactly, but she's kind of been on both sides of all this. She's Legion now, kind of running the show. And she'll be flanked with Theo, I believe. Kind of a, what do they call those? Himbo type? Really pretty, really dumb. So they're kind of the ones in charge to look out for. And then, of course, there's Bubblegum, pink coat. I believe you met her already.
Charming. Yes, we did.
Just be careful, all right? You're no good to me dead.
Okay.
As you all walk forward, you come upon a scene of what is, for some, like almost like a holy grail of a cache of Asmo. You've never seen this much of the raw crystalline form of this drug before. It's grown kind of on the walls in this cave, very like quartzy in nature, almost like a natural rock that kind of crawls up the wall and crystallizes. There seems to be almost like a bioluminescence to it, and you're not sure if that comes from the cave itself or the actual substance. But you do know that when it's pulverized and processed, this is a drug that can give people a euphoria. It can give folks like a godlike trance, and kind of change how people feel. It makes them feel so good. It's not addictive, it just feels great. However, it's very dangerous for people to take. But that hasn't stopped people before because of how good this drug makes you feel. Patricia, of course, had briefed you all of this on the flight over, but you knew most of it because, for your own reasons, you've all sought out this drug, and kind of the Legion's interest in it. She had also confirmed, actually, on the flight over Andromeda, what you had learned, that if you have some psychic powers, if you have like supernatural abilities, taking this drug does not lead to euphoria. It leads to nothing, no powers, an absence of your abilities before. Seeing it here in this cavern, kind of lit up, spotted on the walls, you see them kind of operating like these large drills, kind of conical in shape, to kind of get at the back of these crystal features and start to chip away at them, and they begin falling down like chandeliers, crashing into the ground and shattering. And there's some Legion folks kind of scooping them up and putting them into big sacks and packing them up near the side of the wall. You're at kind of the lip of the cave here, watching all of this. You see Bubblegum in the pink coat, now bazookaless. You see an individual with red conical spiky hair, kind of like 1980s punk style, like in a mohawk fashion. She has one robotic eye, and she wears a duster kind of like yours, Priest, except it's all in shreds at the back, like some cat had shredded the whole bottom of it. And then you see the individual, the big, pretty, bald, dumb guy. Can't tell he's dumb from here, but he is very pretty. And he's moving some of these bags across the area for everyone. What do you all do?
God. Okay, so can you kind of give me another visual insight into like where we're positioned versus these folks, and like, you know, what kind of potential visuals they have on us right now?
No one seems to be looking at you at this moment. You are in a like long, so you kind of crossed a hallway type structure with like rocks all around, and it opened up into like a cavern, like a circular cavern.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that the person you saw running is not visible in this room.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, I think we want to maintain some sort of element of surprise here. Especially because Bubblegum Lady, I don't like Bubblegum Lady. So Priest kind of quietly motions at everyone to sort of hide behind an outcrop, to kind of be crouched behind an outcrop, and sort of like gather up and try to formulate a plan. And she's whispering, "All right, there's a lot here, and there's only 4 of us, so we need to get the jump on them. We need to get some sort of element of surprise." And she looks back over at Patricia and says, "What do you want out of this?"
Whoever they're gonna sell that Asmo to, it can't happen. So that means they can't get out of here with it, because it's going to the wrong place. It's going somewhere it does not need to go.
So that's the ultimate objective then. Asmo does not leave this cavern.
For the Federation, yes.
So Priest kind of like ponders on this and says, "Well, I kind of have a feeling that the other folks, all the Legion folk in this room, won't leave unless they have it with them. So, means they can't leave at all."
That seems to be the way of it then.
Is there anything you'd like me to do, Priest?
I feel like this could go way wrong, but let's see. So can I get like a bit of a refresher on like what the chemist perk is for?
Yeah. So basically, I had it open a second ago. So chemist. I can spend 1 supply to produce a single dose of medicine, chemical, poison, or biological agent. Yeah. So I just say what I want to make, and I can make it.
What capacities do you have to be able to dispense this drug? Let me rephrase this. Would you be able to dispense it as like a cloud?
I would allow it. Gotta use that chemist ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We haven't used it. I'm starting to see an opportunity here.
As you discuss this with Med Unit, Patricia looks at Med Unit almost proudly. Yes, that would be very good use of your intelligence, Med Unit.
So what I'm thinking then, Med Unit, is we Priest ponders this and ponders the options. She knows that Med Unit has the ability to make something that could act as a sedative, or something that could pretty much eliminate the people in this room. Though she doesn't want to kill them, she also knows that by letting them live, there's a lot of other people that could be on their back really quickly, and doesn't know how much time they'll have.
I've learned a variety of effects of various agents on the human biosystems over the years. I could end their lives if you would like. I could induce a paralysis. I could cause them to simply fall asleep, if you would prefer. Although I only have a small dose of that left.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have much of your sedative. That kind of limits what we're able to do, really.
I could also heal them.
I will say, if someone has supply they'd like to spend on that, you could say you have the sedative. You can give Med Unit
I
and
see.
refill.
Yeah. If we did want to go the sedative route. Claire looks over at Claire. Wow, I'm tired. I'm getting tired. Priest looks over at Patricia, You trying to take in any of these people alive?
Patricia looks at them almost with a sneer. Legion? No, not important. The most important thing is that they don't fulfill the plan they're intending to. We know that they changed who they're selling this to. They were supposed to sell it to someone in particular, and they're now going to sell it to someone else. And the Federation does not accept this change in plans.
Cause a stinging pain when they urinate?
Like, causes them to spontaneously defecate?
I can give them a gradual loss of hair over the next 2 years.
So you can cause them to age. Oh, gosh. Priest is clearly conflicted, and looks over at Andromeda. And says, much to, oh, I don't like moral conundrums.
Welcome to TTRPGs.
I know. God damn. I mean, I'm having so much fun, but holy shit. And then looks at Andromeda and says, what if we killed them all? Just blunt.
Andromeda thinks about this, weighs it. She looks at the piles of crushed, drilled asthma. Maybe we kill them all.
Priest kind of nods, and she saw Andromeda's eyes go to the Asmo. She looks at that Asmo and immediately recalls the drug deal gone wrong with Belvin. And is once again filled with rage that she feels like she can temper, that in the sense that like no one will see it, but it's there. She feels it in her stomach. And looks over at Med Unit. Meds, put them out of their misery. Painless if you can.
Okay. And so question for insight.
Mm-hmm.
We are how far away from them?
It's like a gymnasium-sized cavern, circular. So you're at the entryway of the gymnasium. And they're like by the second basketball hoop.
Okay. And like, so when I disperse my cloud of whatever nerve agent that's gonna kill them, how close to them do I need to be to make that happen?
That's up to you. What do you think MedUnit is capable of?
I imagine that MedUnit has done experiments on subjects where they're in the same room, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think probably would need to be within, especially since this is an open space and not an enclosed space, I'd probably have to be within 5 or 10 feet.
That makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of like air in here, right? It's a big cavern, kind of open stalagmite, stalactite situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Priest asks Meds, how long do you need and how close do you need to be?
I'll need to be within 5 or 10 feet, and I can disperse the cloud immediately, and it takes this particular agent will take about 5 seconds for their breathing to stop. They will then collapse to the ground. their and then the blisters will form on their skin shortly after that. And
Damn. Patricia
The,
looks at you and kind of like lovingly says, "Such a smart robot."
the typical time for their heart to fully stop would be around 90 seconds. They will.
Well, how will? I mean, we can't go in there then.
I guess what we'll need to do then is have meds serve as a distraction, lure them in, dispense the cloud. You think you can do that, meds?
I can try. Do you have any suggestions?
I was
As to-
hoping you would ask.
As you say that, you hear from another passage to the right the sound of clattering feet running and someone yelling, "I saw someone! I saw someone!" kind of bust into the room. It is the individual that had run away from you all, taking some other corridor to get here, and runs over, and the big buff guy who's moving bags of this stuff kind of turns and looks and says, "So who?" What do you guys do?
Duck down lower and whispering quietly, we don't have much time. Meds, get in there. Tell them that you act like you're the one that this guy saw. Offer to sell them some sort of medication to help with their soreness and their aches from harvesting all of this asthma.
What if I cleared a path for meds?
How would you do that?
Full blitz. If I inhale a drug, I inhale a drug. I go down with the ship, I go down with the ship. If meds can handle it, and we totally save this, I feel like it'll be worth it.
I missed part of what you said, Erica. You'll clear a path how?
I'll go in blazing straight at these people. You'll be trailing right behind me as a distraction, or firing shots or something, with the hope that you traveling behind me will get you shielded close enough to dispense.
They'll be more focused on Andromeda than they will on meds.
Well, how do Priest and I help then?
Priest looks back at Patricia, and there's some pain on her face, and she says, "We step the fuck back, and we let them do their thing."
Are we shooting from here?
She nods.
All right.
Priest looks over at Andromeda and Meds, says, "You guys ready?"
So, just to make sure I understand your instruction, I am to follow behind Andromeda, and while she is trying to hurt them, I'm trying to sell them healing agents, and then
Claire, Priest rolls her eyes and then smacks, gives a light smack upside Med's head. "No, you dumb steel box." Takes a breath and says, "Follow behind Andromeda as close as you can. When you have everyone in a close enough vicinity, dispense the nerve agent."
And so, killing the individuals down there. I see 4 individuals down there, I believe, and then do I also? Are you instructing me to kill Subject Andromeda?
I'm gonna do my best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Andromeda is going to do her best to make sure that doesn't happen, but if you cannot dispense the agent without avoiding her. Your instructions are to dispense no matter what.
As this parallel, like, knucklehead hitting of med unit is happening, the individual who's talking to the very sexy, kind of bulky himbo guy is like, "No, you idiot! No, I saw people back there. I didn't see people here. I'm telling you that people are coming here. I ran here to tell you." He's like, "Where are they?" "No, I'm just, oh, please, tell Corliss, okay? Tell Corliss. Corliss!" He's yelling over to the leader with the red spiky punk hair, who's kind of overseeing everything, just like pointing things out. She turns around, and immediately, Priest, you recognize this individual as one of the Legion members who was there the day that your mentor died, was gunned down in front of you in the bad deal. She wasn't in charge then, but it looks like she's in charge now, and she was definitely involved in that showdown. Her hair looked different then. It was long and a different color, but now it's red and spiky, but the face, you'd never forget that face. Looks like she's lost an eye since then too, but the robotic eye scans the room, looks to Theo, her second in command, and says, "Who's coming? How many? From where?" What do y'all do?
Priest is even more invigorated and enraged at the prospect of the audacity of this bitch. Swallows hard, basically puts a hand on the shoulder of Andromeda and Med Unit, says, "Go, good luck. I got your back." Cocks her pistol. Her gun. Or whatever. Her laser pistol.
Med Unit, stay close. She has her laser thing, right, too? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't feel very confident with it, but she has it out nonetheless.
All right.
All right,
What do you all do?
I'm gonna say Andromeda, like, I don't think it would be a good idea for her to, like, stand up and call, you know, like you see in the movies, like, "Hey, dumbass," or whatever. I feel like it'd be good to, like she just starts running, like, kind of. I mean, she's running fast, but she's trying to keep it light-footed.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's 7 feet. She's probably making long, very long strides.
That's true. Yeah. But she's off.
All right. Running in, Med Unit, what do you do?
Up on the treads, maintaining the exact same pace, about
Okay.
5 feet behind Andromeda.
Okay. Med Unit, as your treads crush over some of this crystal and some of the rock is released into the air, kind of swirling around your sensors, give me a intelligence roll.
7.
Partial success. The blank spot in your memory chip, it's that feeling that humans have when they jolt awake from a dream and they remember the dream, but only for a moment, and then the moment is gone and nothing is discernible. That blank spot is suddenly rapidly filled in your memory chip. The smell the sensor picks up from this dust, you recognize it. You've been having your own dreams about this. You've been experimenting with this before, long ago, in a white room, white coats. Official. You were there. You were important. You know this. Why do you know this? And the chip kind of like blanks out again as you continue forward.
Do I so when the chip blanks out, I lose that memory.
You lose the thread of it, but if you continued thinking about it, if you spent some time and continued thinking about it, you could maybe access more.
Okay. I'm a little distracted, but I've kept my treads going at the pace. Still following.
Andromeda's running in. Med unit follows. Priest, you're at the ready.
I have the barrel of the pistol trained on. What's her? What do we have? I'm sorry if I missed the name.
Oh, Corliss.
Corliss, thank you. I have the pistol trained on Corliss. I'm ready to take a shot.
Technically, a feature of yours is you take the first shot if you'd like. You always act
That's
first
true.
in a fight. What do you wish to do?
It says I always take the first shot, and that's not necessarily that it hits.
It's true.
Priest is tempted. She's sorely tempted. She sees this woman and feels in her veins that she can take the shot. She's made the shot 100 times before. What's one, or 100,000 times before? What's one more? But knows one wrong move jeopardizes everything. And so, with the last shred of self-control that she has, keeps the pistol aimed, but takes her finger off the trigger.
As you do that, Andromeda, you rush forward. Give me an agility check, please. As your finger relaxes on the trigger, Priest, you hear the voice of your mentor in your head. Never kill a man that need not killing. Kind of echoing softly.
Mm. 6.
Ugh.
It's a fail. Go ahead and mark XP. You rush forward as quickly as you can, legs crushing the crystals under feet. Corliss turns after quickly assessing from her underling who reported your presence that there is indeed a problem. Draws her own blaster, turns and fires directly into your shoulder without even looking, similar to how Priest did, actually. Just running in the room and firing like that. It's the same fluid motion, I don't care action. And it strikes you. Take 2 harm. She trains it behind you towards you, Med Unit, and says, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Ooh. Can I jump in? Or is he, no, we're on Med Unit.
I'm. Let's see. What med unit? Let's see. If you'll stay there a moment, I have something that I need to give to you.
No. Don't move any closer. You stay right there. This one dies. And she moves with the pistol, gesturing to Andromeda.
Are we still running across the room, or where are we?
Andromeda, you can keep pushing forward if you wish. You just got shot, but you can still run forward if you wish. I believe you're kind of like midway?
Yeah, I would like to continue running. Can I roll to see if another telekinesis thing can happen?
Yeah, what do you wish to do with your telekinesis?
I don't.
I was gonna say, I can also pop in here
Totally can.
and use the opportunity while Corliss is distracted with you. As you get up to keep moving, I fire at Corliss, but keep myself hidden.
Awesome. So the intention is for Priest to fire at Corliss while she's distracted. Andromeda wants to use telekinesis to do what?
I mean, I can hold off. I was gonna attempt to make the drill move so that it
seems like a good idea to hold off for.
Yeah. Let's wait.
And Med Unit, what do you do while Andromeda's being threatened while she's running forward?
Well, I'm still following my instructions to stay behind Andromeda, but I also have instructions to get within proximity of these people and disperse this agent. So, can you give me a picture again of where we are, how far away we are from them, whether they're grouped up,
Mm-hmm.
and also anything anything in the area that might be, well, like, I know we have drills somewhere around. Any other technology?
Yeah.
In
You're
the area?
mid-court in a basketball court. They're at the far end basket. So you
Okay.
kind of, both of you made it halfway when Andromeda got shot. I would say Priest and Patricia are at the other basket, right? They haven't really entered in the room yet.
Mhm.
There are drills kind of near the walls. There's an exit to the right where the runner came through. Himbo guy, Theo, is standing there as well. The drill is the main piece of technology here. Corliss has a mechanical eye. They all seem to have personal devices, the same way you all do, for receiving messages. I think that's kind of the main tech in the space.
Okay. Wow, this is difficult because I have 2 instructions that somewhat conflict. I need to keep following Andromeda, and so if Andromeda moves forward, I move forward with her.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also gonna say, I'll say, subject Andromeda, if we can't reach them, perhaps they could come to us. And because I think I observed something happen earlier today, where the red radiation that I always observe around Andromeda changed shape and reached across a room and touched one of these people, and then one of those people suddenly changed their behavior in an unexpected way.
All of this is said as Andromeda's barreling forward.
Mm-hmm.
And Median is just like, I observed, like just kind of like yelling behind you.
I was saying that to the group, but yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love battle talk. I just think it's always funny to envision like how it's being said in the heat of everything.
Yeah.
Andromeda's running, holding her shoulder.
Median real chill, like, let me distill the info. Priest, as you see them strategizing kind of like mid battlefield here, give me a agility roll for your shot towards Corliss. And it looks like Theo and the runner are making their way over to you and Patricia also, having revealed your position with the laser shot.
So I rolled a 7, but I want to use my lucky ability.
Nice. What does it say?
Ooh.
Let me pull it back up. So, lucky. Once per session, you may count any miss as a partial miss, or as a partial success, or a partial success as a total success.
Awesome. That
I rolled a
is
7, so I want it to be a total success.
That is a total success. And you're shooting with the laser pistol, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
so she, where would you like it to strike? For 2 harm.
Her shooting arm.
All right. She is shot in the arm and drops the pistol to the ground, kind of like winces and grabs her arm to her chest, not expecting it, and turns and sees you as Theo and the kind of the runner guy are also closing in on you. Theo's like, oh, there they are, like as he approaches.
Love that.
Corliss looks at you and just kind of like stares daggers across the room and says, huh, well, look, if it isn't his little savant, so glad you could join us. Why are they
Priest
here?
trying to... Meanwhile, Patricia in the back. Priest smiles, pistol still aimed, and says, I thought you missed me.
She does that like grim little smile and says, "You and your friends need to get out. You have no business being here. You, I thought I said stay back." And she like goes to like whirl on you and realizes she dropped her damn gun and just kind of like screams in frustration and takes that moment to stoop down to pick it up. Med Unit and Andromeda, as she's doing that, what do you both do? You closing the gap?
Andromeda thinks for a second about she's running. She's listening to Med Unit spewing out a lot of information. And she's full
Per
speed.
usual.
Yeah. But she sees this exchange, she sees Corliss. It's Corliss who's bending down, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. And she does one of those like cartoon like stop in her tracks, dig her heels in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Med Unit maybe bumps into her.
Facts.
And
Are we closer now?
Not if you stopped.
So we're still half court.
right. But she's like saying, make them come to us. Make them come to us. So could I use this moment to try and make a telekinesis thing happen?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
Where-
Seize
Okay.
the moment.
I would like to, so kind of envisioning where these three, or well, where part of the henchmen are, where Corliss is. Is it? I'm assuming Corliss is with the third in command, and then Theo and this underling are running.
Yeah, Theo's the second in command, running with this underling. I'd say Bubblegum is kind of like off to the side near the drill. She seems to
Okay.
like big, heavy equipment, so she was the driller.
We've deduced that.
Okay. In proximity to where Med Unit and I are, where are Corliss and Bubblegum and the nearest drill?
Corliss is at noon, right in front of you. You're half court. She's basketball
Okay.
hoop. Bubblegum's kind of back by her to 10 o'clock with the drill. Theo and the runner are on the right, 3 o'clock, heading towards Patricia and the priest. And priest, not the priest. Priest.
That works too. A priest.
And Med
okay.
Unit and you are half court. You've dug your heels in.
Mhm.
Follow your heart.
My heart says, make that drill.
Do it.
Like, yeah. Okay. We're gonna go for the drill. We're gonna try and make telekinesis happen where it either crushes Bubblegum or the like sound and like rumbling of it, just like everyone's turning over there like, oh shit.
Yeah. Give me
Must
a
happen.
willpower roll as you muster all of your psychic strength.
Please, dice. 11.
Yeah!
Nice.
Let's fucking go!
With an 11, the drill raises up out of Bubblegum's hands. Describe to me what happens next.
Oh man, and it's this like big hulking thing. It's covered in like debris. It's all like rusted and awful and just like heavy metal. It raises up out of Bubblegum's hands. Okay, I need to like not get too excited so that I don't get too graphic.
I got right.
No. It raises up about the same height of Bubblegum, but above her.
It's still on, right? Because she'd been
Still
drilling. Mm-hmm.
I would like to say that it does a turn where the drill is facing down onto Bubblegum, and
Well, gore is okay, isn't it? As part of our lines and veils?
yeah,
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's on the green.
I'm just nervous generally, so
It's
with
fair, so am I.
everything.
Whatever you're comfortable with, though.
Okay.
However you see the scene for the narrative, like whatever is satisfying for you. You don't have to be gory just for the sake of it, but whatever is like a good ending to this move that you've done in this battle.
Okay. All right. So the hulking drill is, like twice the height of Bubblegum, and it's like slowly and kind of like creakily turning midair so that the pointed drill is just facing Bubblegum, and Bubblegum is kind of unsure what the heck is happening and is just sort of staring in confusion. This is all kind of happening fast, and then the drill just like plunges straight down.
Yeah, I feel like it's that scene where it's like the camera's like kind of right above the person's face, like from the perspective of the drill, like, and it gets closer, and then it's just like blackness.
Yeah.
And that is what happens when your psychic link connects with the drill. There's a scream and a horrible crunching squelch in the background as everyone turns and looks, and Corliss says, "Shit!" as she scoops up her gun. In that moment, Med Unit, you have moved forward and kind of stopped behind the stopping in her tracks Andromeda to do this. Your treads kind of spinning in place crush up more of the crystal drug. Give me another intelligence check, please.
4.
4 is a fail. Go ahead and mark experience. The sensors are overloaded, and you can sense that this is something important to you, to your memory chip, to unlocking it. But your kind of internal alarm is going off saying, like, please reset, and you're unable to access the memory. But you know that there's something that you're supposed to remember, something that's just out of reach. You are mid-court. Corliss has her weapon. Right in front of you, Priest, is Theo, the beautiful but angry henchman. And he has picked up a big bag of this newly minted drug and has chucked it at you. Give me an agility roll, please, as you and Patricia dodge out of the way.
Oh, yikes. Thoughts and prayers. Priest.
Why am I like this? Okay. 8.
8 is a partial. You're able to dodge out of the way. The drug hits the wall and spills all over the place. And Patricia whirls on you, and the complication is she has her gun right in your face and says, "Do not waste any of this. This all needs to make it out." In reference to the Asmo.
Okay, I was about to ask, are we talking about the asthma?
Yeah. As it kind of like hit the wall, so instead of being concerned about you, she's worried about this drug.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that coming. So, Priest is not surprised, but still disappointed. But doesn't really have the time to be all that concerned about it now. Gets back up, kind of like not ignores Patricia, but kind of just like, brushes past her and, returns her focus to Med Unit and Andromeda.
Yeah, as you stalk forward towards them, a large meat fist comes swinging out of the air, clocking you. Take 1 harm from Theo, as you've avoided encountering him, and he has sought to encounter you. As the runner runs up to Patricia, and they begin like grappling over the gun that she's trying to point at him. Theo is bearing down on you, Priest, and says, "What are you doing here? You're not my crew." And he goes to hit you again. What do you do?
Oh shit, and try to dodge, and give me 1 second to pick up my dice that I got.
No worries.
Okay.
Agility, please. And remember all of the skills that you have, science and tech and culture, manipulation.
11.
11 is a success. You dodge out of the way of the fist, and the fist hits into the rock, and pieces of rock splinter as his large fist just kind of makes an indent in solid stone. And he retracts his fist and looks at you and says, "You're pretty good. Want to join my crew?"
Priest says, "Thanks, I think I like mine better," and fires her weapon with shoot first. Not really intending to kill, but just to, because he seems like a big guy that would like dance around a bullet being fired into the ground.
Roll agility on that. And as that's happening, Andromeda, Med Unit, Corliss, has her weapon back, and Bubblegum has just been eviscerated. What are you guys doing in this moment?
My hope. She has it back. I guess this probably doesn't work. I was thinking that if she was distracted for long enough for me to close that distance, I was going to try to rush past Andromeda and.
You can certainly do that now.
Okay.
You just know she has her weapon back.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna go past Andromeda and just as fast as I can go, straight at her with the intention of grappling her, and what this is tricky. So the other two are right up there with Priest and Patricia, right?
Yes.
Within sort of melee
Yep.
range. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna rush straight at
Corliss.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that agility roll.
Corliss has the robot eye, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I'll do the agility roll, and I would like to, if there's something that I can do to access that eye, to try to blind her, distract her, cause her pain in the eye, something.
Yeah, like hack it.
Hack it.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so give me an agility roll first to close the gap. Priest, what you got with that roll?
I got a 9.
Partial success. You shoot at Theo. He is very upset. It's kind of like shooting at a brick wall. Like, it does indeed hit him, but he's like, oh, and he kind of like buffs it out a little bit with his hand. And he says, that was mean. And so the complication is that Theo no longer wants you to be part of his crew.
Oh, I'm real sad now.
What you got, med unit?
9 for agility.
Okay, that is a partial success. You close the gap. You are close enough to Corliss to both hack or to release the toxin. Complication here is that complication on your agility. I don't know. Any suggestions? I'm drawing a blank on that one. On being fast enough to get there.
Being fast enough to get there. Maybe maybe there's some more loose crystals or something.
Oh, I was gonna give you that anyway. Don't worry. Don't you worry. You got your memories coming.
I mean, he closed the gap, but doesn't necessarily mean he didn't get shot in the process.
Oh yeah, he can get shot. He can get shot. You get shot.
Best GM ever.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Take 1 harm because she has her pistol back. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amazing. I was like, I thought I set up a complicate. What was that? Oh yeah, the gun. Yeah, go ahead and mark 1 harm, or sorry, 2 harm from the pistol. I apologize. As Corliss sees you coming at her, like just kind of like an out of control, like android vibe, you know, like just like charging forward, shoots at you, a ting ting off the metal of your exterior. But it does cause harm, denting and damaging some of the wiring within. However, you do close the gap. I got your crystals lined up, though. As your treads are kind of turning over full speed, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll on that.
Six.
Ah, that's a fail. What XP do you have?
5.
5 total XP. I'll give it to you guys at 7. How about that? But not quite yet. Maybe. I don't know. We're almost at the end. Whatever. Forget it. 5. Who's got a 5? Everybody gets XP. Who's got 5?
I have 4.
We're having a fire sale.
I have 6.
Okay.
So this would have bumped me to 6 if this is a fail.
Perfect. So, yes, I wasn't sure on the one-shot threshold. 5 sounds lovely. Andromeda, go ahead and mark a bonus in one of your stats if you'd like, or take another ability if you'd like from your list. As you have failed enough to learn from life and get a little stronger, Med Unit, please do the same. So this does count as a fail. Unfortunately, you do not learn anything else about your blocked memory, but you do get a little stronger. As you are within Corliss's melee range. Andromeda, what do you wish to do following the drill telekinesis?
I would like to... I think I would like to adopt the blast ability.
Go on.
Oh no, okay, so there's more math involved here. Everyone bear with me. Should I read what that
Yeah,
is?
please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can use your psychic powers as a ranged weapon, doing 1d6 + 1 damage to a nearby target. You attack by rolling the dice with willpower.
Sounds nice.
That sounds nice. What do I want to do with it? So okay, so when we say nearby target, who's in my range?
Everyone. It's a cavern.
Oh, perfect.
Everyone's in the mix.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Okay. Considering that I'm observing this interaction between Med Unit and Corliss, and kind of assuming that that's being handled on its own, Godspeed to Med Unit, I do notice that Theo is just like getting angrier, just like wailing on Priest, so I want to help in that regard. And Patricia seems not as useful as we maybe would love her to be. So I would like to redirect my attention to Corliss, do like a full 180 spin on my heels, throw my hand up for all my whatever voodoo powers, and as I'm holding my hand up, I do close my eyes for a moment. Tons of like radiating energy and light around my hand, as I'm like charging up to blast Theo, and then like charges up, shoots it at him. I roll?
Give me that roll. Give me that willpower roll.
Okay, so is it like 2 separate rolls, or it's the 1d6 + 1 plus my willpower?
Yep, so you'll roll with your willpower. So it says, let me pull it up here. So psychic says, yep, so that's just the damage type. So first you have to hit.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll willpower. And welcome everyone. Thank you for the follows. We are in a climactic battle in Offworlders, TTRPG. This is the first RPG of this group. Professor Clare got roped into playing RPGs, and here we are. What'd you get?
12.
That's a critical success!
Yay, we love that!
Ow, my arm!
That's the first critical success of the game!
That is!
Holy moly!
Yeah, nice.
So, with a critical, you do what you set out to do, and you can do something extra. So,
Ooh.
go ahead and roll your damage as you blast.
It's Erica, everything is extra.
True.
With a psychic blast, 1d6 + 1 damage. Go ahead and roll that.
Okay, 3.
3 with the +1?
Is that? I think so. Yeah, roll 1d6 + 1. Yes.
Perfect. So 3 damage to Theo. However, so that's a success. However, you do get something extra. What is the extra thing that you'd like from your psychic critical?
Oh my god, so many possibilities.
Because he's looking hurt, but he's still like charging, kind of snorting, like his nose is like nostrils flared, and he has the look of just someone that is like used to running through things that give way, and Priest is the next thing that's going to give way in front of him.
Could the blast have like hit him, but as it like radiated out, created a crater in the floor where he's stepping into as
Yeah.
he's running.
Absolutely.
Love that.
So,
Broken ankles for everybody.
kind of gathering your psychic energy in a newly found power that you didn't know you had and have never used before. All of your failures throughout the day seem to have culminated in some kind of tangled mess of just rage with no outlet, and you channel it through your psychic connection. It blasts out at Theo, kind of like an invisible force, a wall of energy that hits into him. He groans with the effort, oof, and then continues charging towards Priest, saying, "You're not my friend!" And the residual energy just dimples the ground in front of him very quickly, just like a quick crack, like an eggshell that cracks open on the side of a glass. And he stumbles into it, and it is a deep crater. I mean, this is a big guy, but it is a tall crater. And he is at the bottom. He's twisted his ankle, and he's looking up, kind of clutching his head where the psychic energy had hit into it. And he's just yelling, "This isn't fair! Too tall!" And that is where you see him, Priest, kind of at your feet at the lip of this crater.
Priest kind of looks down, kind of like a kind of dealio. Brushes herself off. Kind of rubs her head a little bit because homeboy can hit like a freight train. Also, very relieved that that last connection did not happen. And then just kind of does a quick wave and kind of diverts her attention back over to help Andromeda and Med Unit.
Yeah, Andromeda, you are kind of breathing heavy from that psychic energy. Med Unit, you are standing directly in front of Corliss, who, let's say the other guy fell in the crater too. Why not? That was a critical, beautiful area of effect. They're both in there. The guy actually tries to leap over the crater towards you, Priest, and instead does not make it. Thinks he's there, but halfway is definitely not there and falls down on top.
So he rolled a 2, basically. He rolled
absolutely.
Yeah.
They're both in there. Med Unit, you are right next to Corliss. Laser in hand has just fired at you, but she's looking over your shoulder, as it were, at Priest, and does one of those come at me moves and says, "You're sending your robot to fight me?" And then Patricia, for her part, is no longer engaged with anyone in battle, and is yelling to you all, "Finish the job! What did I hire you for? Finish it!"
Okay, Med Unit does not even slow down. Barrels straight into Corliss, arms around Corliss, picks them up and turns and heads back toward, I think the last Med Unit saw, the other two were headed back toward Priest.
Mm-hmm. They're now in a hole.
Med Unit is gonna take this one and speed toward the other two. If Med Unit can sense where that they're down in that hole.
Oh yeah. You can kind of have a periphery on all this. You've got scanners everywhere.
Yep. Okay. Med Unit doesn't even slow down. Grabs Corliss straight for the hole, and goes straight over the edge down into the hole on top of the other two.
All right, that's your intention. Give me a strength roll to see
Corliss.
Corliss's grapple here, because she does not look like she's going willingly.
Med Unit's a full send.
Med Unit is just, I'm going to yeet you into this hole if it's the last thing I do.
And I will say, all of you see this, so if there's anything you'd like to do to help narratively, just let me know, because you see Med Unit doing this effort.
That's a 9.
9 is a partial success. So I'll tell you the complication, and you can both decide how you react to this. You see Med Unit pick up Corliss, who had just been giving you the call out Priest. Her arms are pinned at her side, so she really can't shoot anywhere but down, and she does so, kind of shooting you over and over again. The complication is, for every foot or so you cover with her, you're taking 1 unit of damage. So I would say by the time you get over to this hole, you're at what do you have now, 0? I would say you're probably at 4 damage just from this laser blasting into you.
And blasting into me?
Yeah, because you're pinning her,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Picking her up, and so she can't shoot wildly. Her arms are kind of...
I see.
So she's shooting where she can, and she's just trying to get you off of her. But she
Got
does
it.
remain grappled. So go ahead and take that 4 damage, med unit.
Okay, I only had 3.
3 to give?
Yeah, I had 3 left. I took 2 damage previously when I was shot.
So as you approach the lip of this crater, med unit, a few things happen. First of all, you all see this, so you can react in kind. You see med unit getting fired at over and over again. At this point, the treads of the tires are kicking up. Go ahead and roll, or kicking up crystals rather, underfoot. Go ahead and roll your intelligence check, and I'll say, you know, for your ability or your skill, like you can use a re-roll on that, right, for tech.
I can use a reroll for tech. I have tech and science.
Mm-hmm. If you need it. I want you to get this T.
So that was a 5 on my first attempt.
Mm-hmm.
That was a 1 and a 2, so I can reroll the 1.
Yeah. This dice bot does not like you.
So I rolled my 1 turned into a 2, so that's a total of 6.
6 is still a fail. However, I will say that because you're powering down, I'll give you a reroll because you're kind of in that, the same way humans like see their life flash before their eyes as they're dying, you're processing your chip as you're powering down because you're at full wound damage. So go ahead and do another roll for intelligence.
Reroll just one of them or a whole other
Both.
intelligence?
Yeah. I'm rooting for you, med unit.
8.
It's a partial. Heck yeah. So as your unit powers down, you're at the edge of the hole, teetering in with Corliss. The crushed up crystal from the drug, your sensors kind of overload. They all light up in the moment that you're kind of, when something's like powering down and everything turns on for that moment and then everything goes black. In that moment, you access your missing memories and you see yourself in a lab, white coats, people everywhere, testing this drug, crushing it, refining it. Patricia is there. Patricia, you worked with Patricia. You worked for the Federation. You were a Federation droid. Working, helping. You were a helper. You were testing this drug, bringing it to the Federation for testing, for mixing. They're mixing it with something. The euphoria it brings. Mixing it in a vial with something else. Such an interesting liquid. They're making something. They're working on this secret project. You're a helper. Your memory kind of sparks on and you remember all of this. And then it goes black. You have one more thing you can do before you shut off. Andromeda and Priest, what are you doing in this moment as you see kind of sparks coming out of med unit?
I'm in a panic because I'm seeing that med unit is gravely injured. And I just scream stop, like it's not really to anyone in particular. I just scream stop and fire at Corliss to anything just to get her to stop firing.
Yeah, go ahead and roll Dex. Agility.
It was a pretty ability, but okay.
And Andromeda.
Yeah, just like stunned but calling out, being like, no, like, and I feel like instinctively I shoot my arm out, but there's just nothing there right now, just given the situation. And I think I'm so far away, but I like try to stride over there, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like a futile attempt at something.
For someone that's so used to controlling people, you have no control here, and it just feels like a heavy weight. What'd you get, Priest?
12.
Critical. 2 points of damage, you said? Earlier? Yep. So you hit Corliss for another 2 points of damage. She is near death, bleeding out. The eye is kind of like rolling around, like processing, scanning, looking for her own vitals, but they're slipping as she's in the grasp of this malfunctioning med unit, on the edge of this pit teetering over. Med unit, what do you do before you power down?
Oh, that's so hard. When my memories come back, I presume, in that moment, does my sense of medical ethics come back with it?
That's up to you.
I think it would. I think, because the way you described it, everything turns on, everything comes back. And I think it's in that flash that I get back my memories of the experiments that I was made to do when I was fully functioning. And I can see in that instant what I've done since then. That I lost that sense of, I lost, in that chip malfunction, I lost my sense of medical ethics. I also lost all of my medical knowledge, and I've been trying to build it back since then through experiments on whatever humans were around me. And I realize the atrocities that I've done. And I also realize that I've just been asked to commit another one by my administrative user. But I think that when this med unit was designed, the medical ethics overrode. They took precedence over the requests of any administrative users. And I think I just stop and I just drop Corliss into the pit and I shut down.
As you shut down, a final memory comes upon you. It's Patricia in the lab, working late nights with you. You used to work together quite often. And she sat you down in front of her plan. At the top of the plan, it says Operation Better Humanity. And she explained that she's been looking for a drug that can cause euphoria, happy feelings, bliss, and that she's finally found it in this asthma drug. It's the last thing she needs to mix with the other serum she's created, the Better Humanity serum. It wipes your memory clean. It extends your life for about 500 years. It erases all disease, all illness. Combined together, it'll be 500 years of bliss for all of humanity. No one will remember who they were before, sure. But won't it be wonderful? Won't it be perfect? She's been working with you on this project. Then you were stolen. The project continued. The project is almost done. You're sure of it. Whether you'd be on board with it or not now, knowing what you know, the people you've met, whether that's a vision for you of perfect humanity, you don't know. All you know now is blackness as you power down and tumble into the pit along with Corliss, motionless at the bottom. Priest, Andromeda, Patricia, you stand in the cave full of glittering crystal dust, wafting up in the air. The battle is over. What do you all do?
Priest or Andromeda wouldn't know any of this. All we know and see is that med unit has powered down or is out of commission. You said that med unit fell in the pit as well?
Yes. It seems like all of your enemies are unconscious. Corliss coming in and out of consciousness from the shot you took.
For Priest, it is, she looks down into the pit and she sees Corliss like in and out of consciousness, and that just somehow enrages her further, because for her, even though med unit was but even though med unit was not human, it was the only other entity that she had allowed herself to consider like a partner for a very long time, following Belvin's death. So this is just another wound. And so the rage is kind of reawakened, and she just sort of screams down into the pit at Corliss. You know, directs her rage at the only person that she can think to blame. And just screams, "Is this what you wanted? Is this really what you wanted?"
She looks up at you, locks eyes, small trickle of blood down her mouth. No.
Priest just takes one last look at her and says, "Guess I'll see you in hell," and walks away from the pit.
Andromeda, what do you do in these final moments of this scene before we wrap?
Andromeda's watching this unfold. She didn't know med unit for very long, did not have a strong, emotional attachment, but she is saddened by the loss. She's a little surprised, but she's saddened. And she can clearly see the pain that this is causing Priest, whether by itself or by kind of bringing up other painful memories and feelings. And she kind of ponders for a second. She thinks that from what she's gathered, Priest is sort of a step closer to her ultimate goal, sort of a step back, I guess, really, maybe. Or just like conflicted, but Andromeda kind of has a moment of clarity that there's something that she came here to do. And she doesn't have that knowledge from med unit. So she kind of looks to her left to the piles of asthma on the floor, and she starts walking towards one of them, trying to dissociate from the isolated emotional incident that's happening, sad as it is, trying to think of the greater good and have that fuel her. And I feel like she's walking over to this pile. She fully intends to scoop up a nice big handful of it and just swallow it.
Do you do that? Go ahead and roll willpower.
Seven.
7 is a partial success. As you ingest this drug, the drug that has drawn you here, for the possible bliss of not having these powers that have tortured you, that were responsible for so many moments that you regret, for your loss of Vance, your old boyfriend and partner, and all of the lives that were lost from that failed experiment that was your idea that you forced on him through your powers. You take the drug, you feel it take effect. In your system, it's like wiping an eraser over a board of all of this chatter and noise and language, and you just feel it being scrubbed out. All of this need for control, all of this extension of will. You feel like it's just you, and all you have control of is just you. Here in your body, you're grounded. You feel grounded for the first time. You also feel the absence of what you had before. You're successful in erasing your powers. Your complication is that it can never be undone. Med unit, as your memory chip ejects in the form of a cassette that fits perfectly in the cassette player on the infall ship, all of these memories that you remembered at the very end are intact, available to view by your crew. In addition, one happy memory that meant the most to you, that you remembered in the end. What memory do they also get to see, in addition to the Operation Better Humanity plan and all of that detail? What is a med unit memory? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. I think that Med Unit would remember Med Unit. I think what Med Unit would think of wouldn't be one of the memories that he lost. It would be one of the newer memories of him and Priest in the cockpit, and Priest is just having a conversation, talking to Med Unit about her thoughts and her feelings and her past, and Med Unit's mostly listening and saying dumb things like, "How does that make you feel?" And they talked for a while, and Med Unit just listened. And when it was done, Priest said, "Thanks, Med Unit. You make me feel better. You're a good listener."
That memory is what you see when you watch the tape of Med Unit's memory chip. Projected on the screen, on the ship, the infall. Patricia has you scrape up all the Asmo and bring it with, and is taking it into custody of the Federation. But after you guys watch the true purpose, its creation of Operation Better Humanity, to give everyone a life of 500 years of euphoria with no memories of the life before, deploy this all across the galaxy as a plan. You have a choice. You can let Patricia take it to the Federation, or you can take it away from her and prevent Operation Better Humanity from happening. You don't have to decide right now, but it is a choice that you have, Andromeda and Priest. As the infall's afterburn streaks through the sky, the two of you now have another mission, more work to be done. And it's MedUnit's memories that are making that possible. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session of Claire's very first TTRPG. Sorry, Claire, for all that trauma.
Claire, are you expecting to cry?
No!
No one ever is prepared, but
I
they get,
was not prepared.
they get you, man. They find a way.
I was not prepared.
That's on having an incredible GM.
I am so glad that you guys played with me. I am here to debrief with y'all afterwards, so that is definitely something we can do. Character death is tough, and we did have lines and veils for this game, for those wondering. We have safety tools, and that's another thing I offer, is just like a space to be like, let's chat it out. So after stream, we can definitely stay on and talk. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here, and you know, I'm very grateful for the trust you put in me for this game, and hopefully you felt like supported and trusted by everyone here today. So I just wanted to say thank you for playing this space drama.
Thank
That
you.
was awesome. That was really awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I know we ran long, and a lot of that is like y'all are new, and I just wanted to make sure we got all of the character moments into. So thank you also for staying on a little longer. But yeah, I just wanted to offer this space to like have a final, like, how was your first TTRPG? Like, things you learned, things you want to like let other folks know. So I just wanted to hand it over to you all to just chat on that if you wanted, and if not, that's okay too. We can always just wrap it up and like vamp ourselves off the stage. So I'll turn it over to you, Claire.
Well, first of all, I think more than anything, thank you, Allison, for the amazing GM work and for creating such a awesome world and story for someone's very first TTRPG. That was, I can't say I knew what to expect, but it was better than anything I could have expected. Like that was actually a lot of fun, and I can see very easily why people love doing them. And I used to be the kind of person that really judged and made fun of people for playing like tabletop games or Magic or D&D or like whatever. I made fun of people for that all the time. And I feel kind of silly because it's like I can completely see and understand the appeal and the fun and the camaraderie and just like the chance to really like become something and help build something that's like really like fuels your imagination in a way that you just don't get from like the everyday. And even from like the writing and creation I've done over my like life and career, this is like a different element of it that it tapped into a part of my brain I don't think I've ever accessed. So in that way it was actually it was awesome, and I look forward to doing something like this again very soon. I do not want this to be the end of these particular characters either. I think that they still have a lot left to give. Even just MedUnit's memories, I think that there's like a lot we can still glean from these characters in this universe and this story. And the other thing I'll say is, and thank you Erica and Interruptus also for being the the first people that I experienced this with and being so willing, and that was really awesome. Like I could not have picked a better crew to do this with. Like I honestly, like among all of you, I could not have picked a better group of people. And then thank you to everyone that donated towards St. Jude. Like that's, I think, like $85. Like thank you guys. Seriously. So yeah, thank you all.
Interrupt us. Any thoughts? And thank
yeah.
you, Claire. Also, like, I'm gonna say thank you at the end, but thank you, Claire. Thank you for being on it and being willing to be a part of this. This is great.
This whole thing was amazing. Claire, first, thank you so much for inviting me to join you on this. I'm like flattered, honored that you would think of me to join you. I knew from when we played Wilderness before that you were gonna throw yourself into this character and just embody it and kick ass because you're just so good at it. And um, yeah, you're like a natural at this. It was fantastic. Um, and for me, I think this was the most powerful, emotional, effective, collaborative story that I've had the pleasure of being a part of. I don't have a ton of role playing experience, but a bit, and this just flowed, and there were some real tough moral decisions, which makes for a great story. Um, and I love the way it turned out. I love Med Unit's ending, and that Med Unit was able to find its morality in the end. Blew me away. It was perfect. Chef's kiss. Loved it. So thank you all so much. And yeah, I hope the story continues.
Thank you. Claire. Oh, sorry, not Claire. Erica. I got the end of the night brain too.
No worries. Thank yous all around. Thank you, Claire, for inviting me to do this as well. Thank you for hosting Insight. You did such a phenomenal job of like immersing us in this world. It was so much fun, and it was so much easier to feel really in character with everything that you provided. So thank you for that. And it felt totally comfortable and safe doing it. So that's important too. I think the group could not have been better, especially guiding the first time. I thought like our characters meshed just so well, and I think just that comes from us as people too. But yeah, that was definitely the most immersed I felt in a TTRPG, and the most attached I felt to my character and other characters. It was a wonderful experience. And yes, to interrupt us this point, lots of moral decisions. I felt very tested, but in the best way. And it was its own sort of therapeutic as well. So just appreciate that. So thanks everyone to being so into it and so, positive and great about it. It was a fantastic experience.
Awesome. Thank you all. I'm so glad to hear it. And I think like for me, it's just cool to see folks get into the hobby. And it's also cool to see folks like tap into something that they're already good at and like find a new application for it. And I've seen you all do that in various ways in your creative outlets. And so I love that this was a thing that we got to do together. And I had a blast. So I had a blast seeing the decisions y'all made and just like the energy you brought to the characters. And so although I called this gateway because it's like an entry into this, I hope it is not the end for our collaboration. So again, thank you for taking the time. And yeah, if you all haven't followed yet, I'm going to do shout outs in chat too for Professor Clare and for Interruptus. I don't know how many shout outs I can spam my own chat with. Let's see. But definitely check them out, streamers. Claire, oh my gosh, I keep doing this. End of night brain. Erica, you are not streaming currently, right? Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But she's about to join the ranks. She just got a PC, so it's happening.
Heck yeah.
It's happening.
It does say only one shout out can be active at a time, in case you're wondering. But
that's rude.
I will use my other thing to get around that. So yes, go follow both of those wonderful streamers. And thank you all. We're going to pass on the love. We'll find someone to raid here. And yes, thank you all too for donating to St. Jude's. I think that is super dope. If you took the time to give a little money to the Children's Hospital, good for you. Thank you. I'm glad that we can like just put that out there, and I'm going to keep doing that because it's awesome. So thank you all for making space for that too. I really appreciate it.
And fuck cancer.
And fuck cancer.
Fuck cancer.
Fuck cancer. So let's go raid somebody. It's funny, I'm usually like, let's go raid Professor Clare. And you're right here.
Claire's gonna need to decompress the rest of the night. I am so glad I ended up not going to my other plans. I don't know how I could have gone to like a fucking like hockey game or anything after this. I'd be a fucking wreck.
Let's see who we can raid. Who's Lost Caravan? I don't know. Let's go see what they're up to. Let's raid Lost Caravan RPG and spread some love over there. Don't know them too well, but I followed them at some point, so let's go see what they're up to. But yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank y'all for hanging out, and we will see you soon. Stick around for the raid.